Good evening, one and all. On behalf of Council, I recognise the traditional custodians of the land and pay tribute to elders past, present and emerging. As councillors of Ku-ring-gai Council, we should always be aware that the decisions we make affect the daily lives of those we represent. Let us all make these decisions with knowledge, goodwill and respecting the views of others. Before we start tonight's meeting, I would like to outline a few points regarding this evening's proceedings. Tonight's meeting will be live streamed on the Council's website, www.krg.nsw.gov.au/live stream. Only councillors and council staff will be shown on camera. The webcast of the meeting is available on Council's website. The webcast will commence once the Mayor is seated and will cease if Council goes into confidential, where the public and press are excluded, pursuant to Section 10A of the Local Government Act. Council meetings remain open to the public as observers, but in line with the Code of Meeting Practice, speakers will now address the Council through the monthly public forums and not at a Council meeting. For more information about addressing Council, please visit the website www.krg.nsw.gov.au. All present tonight must refrain from engaging in disorderly conduct, publicly alleging breaches of the Council's Code of Conduct, or making other potentially defamatory statements. Councillors and Council staff must declare and manage any conflicts of interest they may have in relation to any item of business that is subject to the meeting agenda this evening. Councillors, apologies. We have two at this point in time. That being Councillor Cedric Spencer, who is ill this evening, and also Councillor Alec Taylor, who is in the middle of the Northern Territory without any internet access. So I will move that those apologies be accepted and leave of absence granted. I need a seconder. Seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Acting General Manager, any staff apologies?
Mr Mayor, there is an apology from the General Manager, who is unwell.
Thank you. Councillors, declarations of interest. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Mr Mayor, I am the former board member of Marion Street Theatre for Young People. I resigned on the 24th of February. It's a non-pecuniary interest, however, I will be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Any other declarations? Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Cathy Morecambe is the President of the Main Street Theatre for Young People. I had the pleasure of befriending Cathy some years ago when we had children together in Scouts. This is a non-pecuniary interest. It's not substantial. I'll remain in the chamber for the discussion and vote.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. Is there a third one, or is two this evening? Looks as though there's two this evening. Acting General Manager, any staff declarations?
Mr Mayor, there are no declarations from staff.
Thank you, Acting General Manager. Documents circulated to councillors.
Mr Mayor, there's a number of late councillors' information that have been distributed. The first one is RC1, which relates to the minutes of the Ku-ring-gai Traffic Committee 25 May 2022, which is a covering report that was omitted from the published agenda. Next relates to GB2, Marion Street Theatre for Young People request for funding, and that is a letter from the member for Bradfield. Next is GB5, Draft Community Strategic Plan 2032. That is a letter from the member for Ku-ring-gai. Next is GB19, Review of Streets as Shared Spaces Program. That is a memo from the Director Strategy and Environment dated 28 June 2022. Also attached to that is a concept plan for the streets as shared spaces. The next item is GB23, Draft Delivery Program and Draft Operational Plan, and that is a memo from Director Corporate regarding the recommended rates peg increase. And lastly is QN1 Marion Street Theatre, which is a memo for a question with notice from Councillor Spencer.
Thank you. So, confirmation of reports to be considered in closed meeting.
Mr Mayor, there is for item C1, divestment of council land, 97 Babbage Road, Roseville Chase. There is the report plus attachments 1 and 2. For GB2 Marion Street Theatre for Young People, request for funding, there are attachments 1, 2, 3 and 4. For GB3 status of Women's Advisory Committee, there is attachments 2 and 3. For GB15 Sustainable Recreation Advisory Group, there is attachment 1. For GB17 nominations to the Flood Risk Management Committee, there is attachment 1. For the Heritage Reference Committee members, GB18, there is attachment 1. For GB20 Marion Street Theatre Project Update, there are attachments 1 and 2. And lastly, for GB22 Ku-ring-gai Reserve Play Space Upgrade, there are attachments 1 and 2.
Just move those remaining confidential.
Yep.
And I just seek a motion that those reports remaining confidential. Moved to Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillors, confirmation of minutes of last month's ordinary council meeting. Do I have a mover of those minutes? Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We move to minutes from the Mayor. So the first mayoral minute is in regards to Ku-ring-gai Council, the winners of the New South Wales final of the Australasian Management Challenge. I am very proud to advise Council and our community of a significant achievement by some of our staff in May 2022. A team of 6 staff, drawn from all council departments, participated in this year's Australasian Management Challenge. The challenge is an annual event aimed at identifying young and emerging leaders in local government across Australia and New Zealand. Teams of up to 6 members participate in a number of tasks and problem-solving activities designed to emulate real-life scenarios that they would encounter as council managers. This year, the Ku-ring-gai Council team, called Regeneration, were competing against 18 other teams. They were supported by the Director of Community, the Manager of Library Services and the Manager of Visitor Experience and Events as team mentors. The challenge activities culminated in a day-long experience designed to test the team's creativity and skills against other teams. Feedback was provided by professionals in the local government sector. I was privileged to attend the awards presentation and see the team awarded first place for their efforts in the New South Wales final of the Management Challenge. They will now represent New South Wales councils in the nationwide finals to be held in Adelaide later this year. The importance of the challenge cannot be underestimated. It is a fact that councils, like many other organisations, have an ageing workforce, and succession planning is critical to avoid a looming skills shortage. Having the next generation of managers able to step up and ensure a smooth transition is vital. On behalf of Council, I congratulate all the staff who took part in this extremely exciting initiative and represented Ku-ring-gai so well. I am sure I speak for the community in wishing them all the best in the national finals of the Australasian Management Challenge. And I move that Council acknowledge the outstanding achievement of the team and wish them well for the national finals later this year. Councillors, one that wish to speak to Councillor Kay.
I've just got a quick question through you, Mr Mayor. Can we name the staff that took part in the initiative just to give them acknowledgement? Is that possible? Are we allowed to do that?
I think we can. Director Bevan?
I just thought it'd be a nice touch.
Yeah. Would you like me to
Yes, please,
say the names
Director
right now?
Bevan.
Okay. Okay, so
Sure.
the team leader was Sam Groth, Groth. Sam is in the library, our marketing, a new person in the library. We also have Joanna Assad, who's one of Michael's team members. There was Nick Tran in operations. And we had Sibylla Brown in Andrew's area. And from corporate, we had Eileen Rawlinson.
Thank you,
Right, yeah.
Director. Oh, is that
What
it?
I might
one
just add to that is we are adding another person to the team. We had 5. They did wonderful things with just 5 people, but we are allowed to have 6. So we're going to have another person who's going to be joining us for the finals, and that is Maria Rigoli from our Strategy and Environment.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, are we able to maybe incorporate that in the Mayoral minutes? I just thought it'd be a nice acknowledgement for those staff to get recognised.
I'm sure we can do that. couldn't we?
No?
Yes, I'm sure we can do that for you.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Oh, and thank you, Director Bevan.
That's right. Councillors, with this particular award, this is the first time we've won it. This means we are the best in the state in this area. It is an extremely difficult challenge, and it's very, very, very difficult to win this. To have 5 outstanding future leaders in local government win this award and hopefully be the national champions against the rest of the country and against New Zealand in August would be a phenomenal effort. Just to even get to the national finals is outstanding. It was quite interesting to see on the night the reactions of the staff that won it. It was, a bit of shock and awe, literally. It was the only award that we actually had a nomination in at that particular night's event. So again, 100% success rate, just like we did with the Heritage Award. And I think that's just testament to the quality of staff and council. So I'm sure in future years that come along, we may lose these staff because no doubt they'll be snapped up by other councils. We can't hold them back, but I'm sure we want their careers to progress. Hopefully we'll be within Ku-ring-gai, if we're that lucky. If not, I'm sure they'll be well respected and an asset to wherever they work in the future. Congratulations, one and all. Right, we'll move to Mayoral Minute number 2, which was the Queen's Birthday Honours 2022. And we just got to move that was all those in favour of the Mayoral Minute. That is unanimous. Mayoral Minute 2, which is Queen's Birthday. I am pleased to inform you that 15 Ku-ring-gai citizens, through their outstanding achievements and services to the community, have been awarded 2022 Queen's Birthday Honours. We are very proud to have these dedicated and talented Australians as members of the Ku-ring-gai community. I would like to read you the names of these special Ku-ring-gai citizens and on behalf of Council congratulate them on their excellent contributions to Australian society. Mr. Joseph Anthony Botta, OAM of Wahroonga, for service to the community through a range of organisations. Mr. Robert Sugden Burnett, OAM of Turramurra, for service to the community through a range of organisations. Dr. Cecily Rosalind Ferguson, OAM of St Ives, for service to the people with disability and to the community. Professor Maria Antoinette Viatorone Singh, AM of Wahroonga, for significant service to geriatric medicine and to research and to education. Mr. John Joseph Gatfield, OAM, of Linfield, for service to veterans and to broadcast media. Dr. Marlene Kanga, AM, AO, of Gordon, for distinguished service to engineering, particularly as a global leader and role model to women, to professional organisations and to business. Ms. Elizabeth Ann Koff, AM, of Roseville, for significant service to public health administration and governance and to professional organisations. Mr. Stephen Kin Ming Eli King Lu, AM, of Kalara, for significant service to cancer support services and to the community. Mr. Kersey Meher, it's a tough one to pronounce this name, Homye, OAM, of St Ives, for service to the multicultural community and to cricket. Dr. Patricia Margaret Selkirk, AAM, AC, of Turramurra, for eminent service to science and conservation, particularly through research of Antarctic and sub-Antarctic terrestrial ecosystems, to tertiary education, and as a mentor and champion for women. Mr. Anthony Kenrick Staveley, AM, of Turramurra, for significant service to community, health and to people with disability. Mrs. Carolyn Ann Stedman, OAM, of Turramurra, for service to children, particularly as a foster parent. Mr. David Eric Stedman, OAM, of Turramurra, for service to children, particularly as a foster parent. Mr. Terence Leyland Stern, OAM, of St Ives, for service to the law through legal societies. Mrs. Helen Elizabeth Johnquist, AM, of Wahroonga, for significant service to the performing arts and to youth. On behalf of Council, I congratulate all these award winners on their outstanding achievements. Ku-ring-gai should be very proud that it has so many citizens being recognised at the highest levels and for their selfless dedication, commitment and contribution to local, national, international communities. I move that Council acknowledge the outstanding contribution made by these recipients of the Queen's Birthday Honours 2022 to the Ku-ring-gai community and to the well-being of our society. And B, that the Mayor, on behalf of Council, write to the recipients to congratulate them. I'll move that and any speakers? Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to congratulate Joe Botter. Joe Botter I have known for quite a number of years. He is an outstanding Rotarian. He's in his 90 and to this day he does amazing work with Anzac Services and also cooks wonderful soups and pastas for the Women's Shed in Hornsby. Joe is an outstanding citizen and lends a hand to anyone, so I wanted to personally congratulate Joe for this particular award, a very, very worthy recipient of that award. I also wanted to acknowledge Tony Staveley. Tony has been a director for the Royal Rehab Hospital in Ryde for over 20 years. He has been the chair of Royal Rehab for over 7 years. During that time, he has transformed the hospital and has expanded it and has provided amazing services to some of the most vulnerable people in our community. His services to the community has been outstanding and I wanted to congratulate him, a very worthy recipient. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Any other speakers on this mayoral minute? I'll put that mayoral minute. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We move to petitions. And we have 3 this evening. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Petition number 1, petition supporting proposed rural fire station at Cooler Avenue, East Killara. We have received 303 signatures. I move that the petition be received and referred to the appropriate officer of the Council for attention.
Seconded, Councillor Lennon. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Continue on.
Petition 2, petition for submissions for 77 Werrina Avenue, Gordon. I move that the petition be received and referred to the appropriate officer of the council for attention.
And seconded Councillor Lennon. All those in favour? That is unanimous. And while you're there, PT3.
Petition 3 to Ku-ring-gai Council concerning the planned blocking of the St Albans Anglican Church's main driveway at the intersection of Linfield Avenue and Tyrone Road, Linfield. I move that the petition be received and referred to the appropriate officer of the council for attention.
Thank you. And that did have 265 signatures. Seconded
Yes, sorry.
Councillor Lennon. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. We move on to the Traffic Committee minutes from the Traffic Committee meeting on the 25th of May. So with this, I move that in respect to minutes numbered KTC 04, 06, 07 and 10, the Council adopts the committee recommendation. And B, in respect of minute numbered KTC 05, this be brought back to the next Traffic Committee meeting for review. And I seek a seconder for that. Seconded Councillor Smith.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor. Can we just have a few moments to look at those, if you don't mind?
So it's page 47 within your business papers. Up to page 52. While Councillor Kay is looking at that, you will notice that KTC 08 and 09 are not listed, as no decision was made in respect of those particular items. All right. With KTC 05, which is the Bannockburn Road Pimble one, this has been dealt with at the Traffic Committee twice. There has been 2 designs approved. I think it is good business practice to refer that back to the Traffic Committee and see if they can reassess it and decide which one is the best one, having that we've approved 2 different designs at a similar location. So that's the reason for sending it back to the Traffic Committee, for them to reassess to make sure that they've got the right design in the right location. As you know, at a previous council meeting, Councillor Spencer did request this particular item be referred back to the Traffic Committee. And the design was changed for whatever reason. So it was approved the first time and approved the second time. So I don't know which is the best one. I'm sure Director Banasif might feel it prudent to run the eyes over it one more time just to make sure that we've got it correct. Director?
Mr. Mayor, we can send it back to the Traffic Committee. It doesn't need to be brought back. I don't believe it needs to be brought back to a formal Traffic Committee. It can be done via a TDA.
Director, you might just want to explain a TDA to the newer councils, because they're not necessarily up with the acronyms.
Okay, so the Ku-ring-gai traffic determination, traffic determination under authority provides the director an opportunity with minor traffic matters can be reported via TDA, and with a TDA it's a email notification to all traffic members, traffic committee members, as well as the ward councillors. And if there is objection from any of the committee members, it's reported to a formal traffic committee. If there aren't any objections, and then it's approved by the director. In this case, I will bring it back to the council for a final resolution.
Thank you, Director, and I hope that explains the process to the newer councillors. Councillor Kay.
I've just got a question through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Benassi. Just in relation to, and this is for clarity for the chamber, when the voting is equal, in this instance, with 08 and 09, what would be the normal procedure? Does this come back, etc.?
Director.
Through you, Mr. Mayor. No, the normal procedure is it's just taken on board as equal voting. No decision is taken, and the matter is no longer moved forward unless council chooses otherwise.
Thank you, Director. And any other questions or debate on this particular minutes? So I've had those minutes moved and seconded. All those in favour? That is unanimous. He's very small at the moment on my screen too. There he is. So I invite councillors to nominate any items on the agenda which they wish to have a site inspection. There'll be none. And I also invite councillors to nominate any agenda item on the agenda which they wish to adopt in accordance with the officer's recommendation, allowing for minor changes without debate. Councillor Smith, you have the call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would like to move GB1 as per officer's recommendation.
And that's been seconded by Councillor Taylor. Do you want to
remove that, please.
You want to withdraw?
I think withdraw.
Okay.
I believe GB2, a few people want to speak to it. I'll leave that one out. GB3, I will withdraw myself. GB4, I would like to move as per the officer's recommendation.
So moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? Yep. That's unanimous.
I would like to move GB5 as per the officer's recommendation.
So it's moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That is, so hands up, so Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Pettit against, Councillor Kay, that is carried.
GB6 is now into GB23.
Correct.
So I'll leave that for the moment. I would like to move GB7 as per officer's recommendation.
Move Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That is Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Pettit. Against, Councillor Kay and Councillor Nye. That is carried.
I would like to move GB8 as per officer's recommendation.
Move Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
I would like to move GB9 as per officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Lennon. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
I'd like to move GB 10 as per officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That's unanimous. Oh. Okay, sorry. I will redo that again. So all those in favour? Councillor Kay, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Ward, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, Councillor Pettit, against Councillor Taylor. That is carried.
I would like to move GB 12 as per officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
Mr Mayor, I might step back one. I'll have a shot at moving GB 11, but I believe it will be I'd like to move GB 11 as per officer's recommendation. I thought we said, okay.
I believe
You withdrew from that, okay.
that's all right.
Sorry. Mr Mayor, I'd like to move GB 13 as per officer's recommendation.
So GB 13, moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Lennon. All those, so we're on to GB 13. So all those in favour of GB 13, which is the basketball and netball facilities in Roseville, all those in favour? That is Councillor Kay, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Ward, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Pettit, against, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Nye. That is carried.
I'd like to move GB 14 as per officer's recommendation.
So it's moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour, which is Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Ward, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Pettit, against, Councillors Kay, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Nye. I declare that one carried.
I'd like to move GB 15 as per officer's recommendation.
Withdrawn.
So GB 15 is withdrawn.
I would like to move as per officer's recommendation GB 16.
So it's GB 16, moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
I'd like to move GB 17 as per officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
I'd like to move GB 18 as per officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
I would like to move GB 19 as per officer's recommendation.
Withdrawn.
That's withdrawn by Councillor Wheatley.
I would like to move GB 20 as per officer's recommendation.
That's moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Lennon. All those in favour? That is unanimous.
I would like to move GB 21 as per officer's recommendation.
Moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
I would like to move GB 22 as per officer's recommendation.
It's moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Lennon. Thank you. All those in favour? That's unanimous.
I would like to move GB 23 with an addition to that, which the staff have currently got. If we can just go to that, looking at option 1.
while staff bring that one up on board, you also need to note the late memorandum on GB 23.
Could I ask, you would like me to get it noted, the late memorandum? Yes. If I could have that noted, thank you.
We also need to modify recommendation B, as we have a brand new point B. And I'll get the Acting General Manager to explain that point.
Under point A, the recommendations, it'll be point B.
I'll just get the Acting General Manager just to explain the new point B as per the memorandum.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Point B is recommended to be changed to reflect the fact that IPART approved the rate peg increase at 2.5%. The original recommendation put both scenarios in, but now we've been advised it's been approved at 2.5%, so Part B simply reflects that.
Good to go with that one. Once you're happy with that, happy with all the wording? Is that correct? Yep. So we just need a seconder for that. Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. Councillor Smith.
I was moving it as a small amendment on that motion, so are we able to put it to the vote, or would you like me to speak to it?
I think we would have to withdraw it if you wish to speak to it.
Okay. I'd like to put that to a vote.
Okay, so we're going to put it to a vote?
Yep.
Can it be withdrawn?
Okay, withdrawn by Councillor Taylor. That leaves all the GB items. There is C1 as well.
Okay, so we might just go back to GB2. Oh no, sorry, GB1 was withdrawn.
Before we go there, I might actually move C1 as per the officer's recommendation, and I seek a seconder for that. You wish, Councillor Taylor, you wish to withdraw? Seconded Councillor Taylor. No, or should I? So C1. Seconded Councillor Kay. All those in favour? That is Councillor Kay, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Ward, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Pettit. Those against? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Nye. That is carried. So we can either return to the GB items, or we do have the notices of motion should those authors of said motions wish to move those without debate. And the first one would be NM1, which was done by Councillor Ward. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Multicultural Advisory Committee, NM1. In addition to what's been printed, I'd just like to add that having an advice...
Councillor Ward, it's probably, if you need to speak to it, we'll have to withdraw it. Otherwise, okay, you can just move it as is.
I'll just move it as is then, Mr. Mayor. Thank you.
That's all right. So moved Councillor Ward, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We also have NM2, which was signed by 3 people. being Councillor Ward, Councillor Lennon and Councillor Pettit. So if you wish to move that without debate.
Yes, I'll move that.
Councillor Lennon moves that, seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Pettit. Those against? Councillor Kay and Councillor Nye. NM2 is carried. So we move back to GB1. Councillors, we move back to GB1, and that was withdrawn by Councillor Taylor. So we need a motion, Councillor Taylor.
I don't necessarily have a motion. I just have a comment and a question.
We need a motion before you can speak. So perhaps you may wish to just move as per the officer's recommendation.
Yes, so I'll move the officer's recommendation. I'd just like to comment.
And I'll get you a seconder for that. Seconded, Councillor Kay. Thank you. Councillor Taylor, fire away.
So I'd just like to highlight in this report that it seemed that it wasn't proofread. There was huge amounts of spelling errors and grammatical errors. The word provenance seemed to be confused with providence in the report, and so every time there should have been a providence was written, and they're quite different meanings. It seemed quite out of date as well. They still referred a lot to Harris Farm, and the nursery they considered a lot in the document isn't going to exist soon. And the report was published in March this year, and as far as I believe this last term that it was decided that Harris Farm was going to be moving onto the site of one of those nurseries. I suppose I'm questioning the quality of this report. I'm certainly agreeing with the recommendations, but just I have a quick question for Director of Community.
Director Bevan, yes.
Just how much money we spent on this report.
Director Bevan.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, the Smart Connection Consultancy report was $5,494.50. That includes GST.
Great, thank you. So I feel when we're spending this amount of money on reports, they should be proofread, they should be correct grammatically and spelling wise, and so I sort of request that maybe we think twice about using this consultancy company again, or ask them to proofread the report next or something. I don't know yet, but I move that the recommendations of the staff.
Councillors, any other further comment or debate on this particular item? There being done, we'll move as per the officer's recommendation. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Takes us to GB2. And I seek a motion. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move a motion. The staff currently have that up. Sorry, if I could ask the staff to bring it up, please.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, I will be leaving the room.
Thank you, Councillor Ward.
So I'll just read that out. A, that the request for the Marion Street Theatre for young people for annual funding be deferred and allow the request to be considered and included in the annual sponsorship report, which will be reported to Council shortly.
So that is moved, Councillor Smith. We have a seconder for that. Seconded, Councillor Kay. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I had the privilege of serving on the Audit Risk Committee. One of the items that particularly came up on the Audit Risk Committee was that we had to have some policies and procedures in place where we haven't got any one particular group where we've got money that we're supporting. There is many other causes out there. I am a supporter of Marion Street Theatre for Young People. I'm a big believer in the project, but at the same time I believe that there's a process that needs to be adhered to when we're supplying this type of money in these type of conditions. So this was the reason that I put this forward, and that we should have a report coming back to council shortly. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Kay, a seconder.
Oh, it's a couple of questions.
Fire away.
Okay, so through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Marshall, or maybe Councillor Smith might have the answer. When we're talking about reported back to council shortly, do we have a time frame with that?
Director Bevan would be the best one to answer that one.
Bevan, sorry.
Mr Mayor and Councillors, we intend to have that report up to the July meeting. This may delay it a tiny bit, but if it's not July, it will be August.
Thank you, Director.
Right, and for the sake of transparency, Director Bevan, can you maybe describe with the annual sponsorship report what that entails, just to give some comfort to this community group?
Director Bevan?
Maybe the outcome? Yeah. What the scope is.
Yeah. Mr Mayor and Councillors, just thinking about it now, the process for the sponsorship reporting is that we advertise that sponsorship rounds are now open, and we invite people who would like council sponsorship to apply through council. Now, we have already done that for this year, so it would mean that we would probably have to reopen it again, and that would then further delay it, I think. So yeah, just thinking about it now, so the normal process is we open, advertise to the community that the sponsorship applications are now open. And members of the community apply for it, and then we assess them, and then there's a report to council.
Okay, just one more question, Director Bevan. So just in relation to the funding, is there a maximum amount or an approximate amount that each applicant can get via that process?
Director?
Mr Mayor and Councillors, there is no cap on that amount. It's usually governed by the overall budget for the sponsorship policy. And right now the budget is $79,900. For this, just to give an indication of how popular it is, we have received applications for up to $82,000 worth of sponsorship for the $79,900 that we have in the budget. So if we were to go this way, we would have to increase the budget, or everybody gets less.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Kay?
Okay, so this is probably to Councillor Smith, if maybe we can make an adjustment here with the information that Councillor Bevan has advised us with the process, saying that we'd have to reopen, the grant, we have to reopen that process. So I think we would probably need clarity that that's what we were needing to do for this to happen.
I'll just jump in before that.
Yep.
In previous years, I think the KPO has missed their deadline, and we have subsequently allowed their application to be processed and dealt with. So I sort of see this scenario as a similar situation. You are looking to potentially increase the number.
I'm looking at increasing, but if we can go through that section of the process like we do the Philharmonic, I'm happy to continue that process, but maybe in relation to increasing it, that would be something that Councillor Smith could potentially add. Or you don't?
Possibly not necessarily. It's normally one of those things that where we do have a certain amount which we can allocate. However, it is up to councillors' discretion how that is divvied up, or if there are more than that amount to be given out. So it's fairly flexible.
Okay. All right. Well, that will come back to us anyway.
Yes, it will come back to us. So.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Kay. Councillor Taylor.
This is potentially another question through you, Mr Mayor, to I'm just wondering, is it possible, so you mentioned briefly then that we would need to raise the limit, so it's at 79,000, I think you just mentioned, and we have applications for 82,000. What would be involved in increasing that figure, that allocation of funding, so we might be able to provide more sponsorship to Marion Street Theatre for young people?
Mr. Mayor and councillors, I might let Director Marshall add to this as well, but there's two ways we can go here. We can keep the budget as it is, and we decrease the amount of sponsorship for everybody that puts in. Yeah, and Mr. Mayor is right, the KPO has put in for some $25,000, so it would mean that we could just decrease all the amounts that are there, or we could increase the budget. So would Director Marshall like to finish that off, please?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just as Council was considering funding for MSTYP tonight, when this comes back, they could consider providing additional funding in addition to what's in the sponsorship budget. So you can have the same opportunity you have tonight when it returns to Council.
Great. I would like to make an amendment. Is it best to do that now? Yes.
Councillor Taylor, you have your amendment?
Yes.
Does staff have it already?
Yes, staff have it. It's Amendment 1. It's titled, I think it was 2. The second one that I sent you, or that you sent me. The second one, I sent 3 and 2 of those. Should have the figure of 35,000 annually. Yeah.
You will need a seconder for that. Seconded, Councillor Kay. Councillor Taylor, I think everybody can see that up on the board.
We're all clear there. So I'll just read it out. I move that Council provide funding of $35,000 annually and in-kind use of the Ku-ring-gai Town Hall for 6 weeks per year from January 2023 to December 2025 inclusive. So I'd just like to highlight the importance of this funding for Marion Street Theatre for young people. I feel this service is hugely beneficial to our community. We provide fantastic services for sports and many other types of recreation activity, and feel that it's very important that we support people that don't play sport, and that this sponsorship will accommodate that. And also, so this funding here, from what I've been told from staff and management at the Marion Street Theatre for young people, goes into the calibre of production that they are allowed to present. Many theatres for young people, they do the classics. What's the Beanstalk one? Yes, Jack and the Beanstalk. I was going to say Ben. No, Jack and the Beanstalk. Cinderella, all these sorts of classical productions are what normally happens in many young people's theatres throughout Sydney and wherever else. But we're getting, with the funding that was provided to the Marion Street Theatre for young people last year, they've really had the opportunity to really amp up the type and quality of production that they have presented. I have some blurbs of what they are presenting later this year. Their next one is the Red Dust. This is a multicultural work created in the Chinese Australian community. It brings Asian Australian voices to the stage and highlights important perspectives of intercultural relationships, intergenerational connection, and global warming. So yes, there are morals in Jack and the Beanstalk and stories that we can all learn from, but as you can see, that is extremely relevant to now, to this time in our society and to this place. We have a hugely growing population of Chinese and multicultural demographic. A second one is the little boy blue. And so this asks the question: what does a positive vision of masculinity look like? And so this is presented on St Ives Village Green tennis courts. So it's bringing that, it's activating that area as well as dealing with masculinity and problems that we can have with that in our young people and the community. This is the type of performance and production that this extra funding is likely to produce. Finally, the Odyssey, the final production that I'd like to discuss is called Odyssey. This one is particularly interesting. Is a poetic journey of transformation, exploring the complicated and difficult transition from childhood to adult life. As well as exploring this often difficult stage in all of our lives, it will be performed at 6 different locations throughout Ku-ring-gai, and will work towards activating these locations for audiences and residents of Ku-ring-gai. So, as you can tell by the 3 productions that I've just highlighted, the quality of work that they're allowed to produce, that they're able to present with the funding that we provided them last year, is extremely profound. And so I feel it's extremely important that we continue this going, we continue this momentum, and allow this organisation to grow. And ideally, when we've completed Marion Street Theatre, they're able to move back into a space. Their ticket sales will increase because they have a venue, a residency that everybody knows, and they can go and see these productions at this space, and they won't need to require further sponsorship. So please support this amendment. I think it's hugely important that for our residents, and not just the people that attend this theatre for young people. Thank you.
Second, Councillor Cade.
Just got a couple of questions. One to Councillor Greg Taylor. I know you've put there $35,000 annually. Are we talking about the 3-year period? Just to clarify, just to clarify that is for that. And Director Bevan, if I could just, sorry, through you, Mr. Mayor, to Director Bevan, when we're just doing a comparative, just so people can understand, if we go back to the original motion, would we potentially not maybe give them $35K? Would that not be an option? Obviously, we decide on that, but if we increase the funding, would that not be potentially apples and apples?
Mr. Mayor and Councillors, just to help me understand, are you saying we give the $35,000 tonight without it going through the sponsorship policy? Is that what you're asking?
I'm saying if we went through the sponsorship instead of this avenue, could they get $35,000?
Mr. Mayor and Councillors, yes, if the budget was increased, or if everybody else got less. So we could, yes, most definitely, we could give $35,000 through sponsorship.
I just wanted to make sure that there's people have an understanding.
And just jumping in on that, all this is unfunded.
Yes.
Regardless of whether it was 35 or 70 as originally requested, we would have to find the money from somewhere.
Thank you.
Councillor Nye did have his hand up on the screen, so I will go to Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. It was more about the original motion rather than this alternate motion, so I've got nothing to add.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I just confirm that the report from the Sponsorship Committee would include a recommendation as to whether the total amount should be increased to cover the Main Street Theatre for Young People? I was just a bit confused as to where we ended up earlier.
I might be able to answer that one. The recommendation will come back as per the budget. However, we can decide how that money is divvied up and if it is to be increased or not. So staff won't necessarily come back with a recommendation to increase the budget. That will be up to councillors to decide.
I understand that, but is it possible that there can be a recommendation to guide us?
Mr Mayor and councillors, I would tend to agree with what the Mayor has just said. We would just put it back into the report and we would say that there has been a request for 70,000, assuming, I think we would take the standard assuming that the request from the Marion Street Theatre for Young People is now the application for the sponsorship. So we would put that in as an application for sponsorship, even though it's knowingly more than what we have in the budget, and then we would say that it's not funded, which is basically what we're saying tonight. So not necessarily a recommendation, we would just put them all to the councillors and say these are the applications that have been received. Council can determine how much money they would give as sponsorship.
So we could well have other applications in there which are substantial already, 70,000 plus, which we have yet to see.
Well, if I may, can I share Councillor Taylor's comments on the Main Street Theatre for Young People? They do wonderful work in terms of drama, and I think in terms of life skills. Last week we had a bit of a glimpse, I think a tiny glimpse, of some of the wonderful work in guiding young people and their audiences in theatre and just in general life skills. So I wonder whether perhaps the amendment could be something more like that council staff consider the funding of 35. I want an invitation to make a recommendation. I don't want to find ourselves committing to $35,000 when perhaps the right figure is higher, perhaps the right figure is lower, but we need to make a decision in the context of everything else and in the context of budget. So would you be open to amending that to say that council staff in the report consider funding MSTYP $35,000 annually?
So the main reason for this is the longevity of it. So I feel it's extremely important to when planning programs.
We're now debating and it's a question. So
yeah.
So you're referring to staff to put in a recommendation is I think your question.
Well, as the move of the amendment, I thought I should be inviting Councillor Taylor whether he would agree to amending his amendment so that instead of council providing the funding tonight, we invite the staff report on sponsorship to report on whether funding ought to be $35,000 to give, if you like, guidance to staff, to give a sense of where councillors might be heading without committing anybody in the outcome at the end of the day.
And I think that's possibly where you want to put that $35,000 to look at would be something in the original motion that Councillor Smith was moving, which was to refer it back to the sponsorship area, and you can actually say 35,000.
Well, I think there's a lot of merit in going through the sponsorship process to give a certain objectivity, as much as these things can be objective, to have staff putting input, and I'm confident that this is a wonderful organisation that will be seen to be so and be worthy of support. But I do like the thought of staff's imprimatur being put on it, so it's not simply councillors making a decision, but a sense that this has authority to it. But I would also like to pick up the concept of giving some guidance. $35,000 sounds like a good figure if that's come, but I also want to have staff sponsorship report to review that and examine it and to give us some guidance. So I'm not quite sure where that leaves us.
Well, yes. Can I? Is it that's
if you can answer that one, yes.
So I mean, the purpose of this is to try and create some longevity for the organisation. It's extremely difficult to plan artists, producers, choreographers with such a short scope of time. I mean, I know Sydney Symphony Orchestra, they're planning 3-4 years in advance, and if this organisation doesn't know how much money they're going to have to spend, it's very limiting. And so I've reduced the total from 70,000 to 35,000 in the hope that we can secure funding for them for 3 years, rather than just having to go through the sponsorship program every year. But I do understand your scope and the potential for them to get more money if we do go through the sponsorship program. but yes, it creates very unstable and less potential to plan if we just have to allow them to go through the sponsorship process annually. I mean, I'm not particularly experienced at how the sponsorship program works. Is it potential? Might they be able to rely on getting $35,000 for the next 3 years?
Actually, I will just leave that as a separate question because you've actually, yes, you've cross-pollinated, shall we say. Before I jump in to hand over to Councillor Smith, the original application was $70,000 for 3 years. That is $210,000. So it's not just 70 grand all up. They were requesting for 3 years. Anyway, Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, I will be speaking against this motion. I'm feeling a little bit like Councillor Grinch at the moment, but I can assure everybody here tonight that I'm actually very supportive of Marion Street for young people. I think that the issues that have been raised this evening, I could talk to any other organisation that has put in for this sponsorship to be supported will have the same issues, and I think that this needs to be looked in balance. As a council, we need to look at everybody, not just one particular preferred choice. I think that it's an opportunity with the sponsorship program that was brought up as an issue for council to look at, to be dealing with these type of sponsorships, donations, whatever you want to call it, that there's some balance and that there's a process that's taken place. We've actually got something they've put, this is what's been put forward, does not give that. And I think that for those reasons, I will be not in support of Councillor Taylor's amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Just following on for that, I might just jump in, councillors. Last year when the funding from requests come from Marion Street Theatre for young people, we did say it is for 1 year. There is nothing budgeted going forward. Simple as that. We have been handing out money year in, year out for the last 10 years. Now, should we give preferential treatment to one organisation over another? No. The KPO, as Councillor Taylor mentioned in regards to orchestras, they have to plan years in advance. They come to us every year and ask for a grant, as do many other organisations. Should KPO come to us and ask for 3 years in advance? They could well do that. Is that fair, and is that to a detriment of other organisations? Yes. We really should be treating each organisation equally. Now, it was mentioned that MSTYP would automatically rock in to the new Marion Street Theatre rebuild as a tenant. Well, obviously they're going to have to pay rent. We're not doing that for free. They are not large enough to be a permanent tenant. KPO last weekend, which at their school's concert had 400 people in attendance. The vast majority of those, I would guess, were of school age, supporting their fellow school participants. Again, they come to us once a year. Would KPO fit into a new MST rebuild? No. We can't house 400 people. Even their smallest ones post-COVID had 200 attendees, ranging from teenagers up to seniors. So the best and most equal way of dealing with grant funding in whatever shape or form is to have everybody on a level playing field. Do we want to give out preferential treatment for one organisation over another? Is that fair? We have many, many worthy organisations that ask for money. We do not have an unlimited amount of funds to hand out. That is why I cannot support this amendment. The right thing to do is to have every application treated equally. Go through the sponsorship process. Again, councillors can decide how much they wish to hand out. We have a budget. We don't have to stick to it. We are the decision makers. We can decide who gets what and how much. And that should be made amongst the 10 of us when comparing it to every other grant application. So therefore, I cannot support this amendment. So are there any other speakers in regards to the amendment by Councillor Taylor?
I'd like to speak.
Councillor Knive, you're on the right-hand corner of my screen, so you're far, far away.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak against this amendment, but first I'd like to provide some history as to why we have spent $412,000 in financial assistance to MSTYP over the last decade. Now, Marion Street Theatre for Young People, they have traditionally operated out of the Marion Street Theatre. They have paid council an amount to make use of the former Marion Street Theatre before it fell into a state of disrepair. As recently as July 2012, they paid $6,000 for the year to use the Marion Street Theatre for a period of 12 months. So there has been a long established history of Marion Street Theatre for Young People operating out of Marion Street Theatre. Now, when we had to close down the building because it was considered no longer safe, that was around the time when MSTYP started to lobby council, and this was before my time, but they lobbied council and said, look, in lieu of being able to use the Marion Street Theatre, we would like to have some financial assistance in order to operate in other premises that cost a lot more than $6,000 per annum. And that is why in 2015, council funded $60,000, in 2016, $60,000, and then from 2017 to 2019, it started to taper off towards $40,000 per annum. Now, my personal view of this is, look, I don't mind $40,000 per annum or $35,000 per annum being contributed to MSTYP in lieu of having a subsidised theatre to operate out of. And I certainly would think that if the Marion Street Theatre were to be rebuilt and if they were to occupy the premises again at a subsidised rate, we would not be giving large amounts like $40,000 and $70,000. But I guess in the period, for the time being, I believe that giving an amount such as $35,000 per annum may be appropriate. I don't see it necessarily as showing favouritism to one not-for-profit over many others. It's just continuing a historic arrangement that has lasted for several decades. Having said that, I'm not entirely comfortable with the amendment that's before us. I think it commits or locks in the Ku-ring-gai Town Hall for a period of 6 weeks per year. I personally believe that if there are organisations that would like to use the Ku-ring-gai Town Hall, that I would prefer to see an application be put forward to council through the appropriate channels, and then there would be a negotiation of what sort of fee should be paid and what are the terms, and it should be agreed through that sort of method rather than agreed via this through a notice of motion. So that is why I would vote against this amendment. But yeah, generally I'd just like to say, yes, I totally understand where councillors are coming from. I totally understand why we would like to have all grants or sponsorships funnel through one process. But I also want to point out that there is historic context behind this particular organisation. Just that, unfortunately, I can't support this particular amendment because of the mention of the Ku-ring-gai Town Hall and locking that in place for a period of 3 years almost. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. There being no further speakers on this amendment, I'll now put the amendment to the vote. All those in favour of Councillor Taylor's amendment? That is Councillor Kay, Councillor Taylor. Against? Councillors Wheatley, Smith, Lennon, Pettit. The amendment is lost. We now move back to the original motion as put forward by Councillor Smith. And invite speakers on that. Councillor Lennon.
Mr Mayor, can I just confirm that the request for time at Ku-ring-gai Town Hall would be part of that sponsorship report? Would that come within that?
Director Bevan, if you want to answer it, otherwise I can.
Let's see if we get this out. Mr Mayor and Councillors, the request for sponsorship will be as the application that is in the papers tonight. So, yes, it would include that. Are you okay with that?
Yep. Absolutely, Director. Thank you. We have silence. We have no buttons. No lights on. Councillor Smith, I'll get you to sum up.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I think we've covered most of what I needed to say in relation to this. As I've stated, it would be fantastic to be able to sponsor groups and individuals individually, but as councillors representing Ku-ring-gai, we've got a responsibility to deal with it and not be seen that we're showing any favour, and we've got to do it balanced. And I really believe that this will be still a good outcome for Marin Street for young people, as it is definitely a very worthwhile cause. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. I'll put that motion. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Yep. How are we going to tell? Whilst Councillor Wheatley is now getting Councillor Ward, I was just inquiring with the gallery whether you are here to listen to any other GB items. Otherwise, we will move to GB 3 when Councillor Wheatley returns, and we'll have to move into confidential. Yeah, we haven't done 12. No, we'll do 3 first. Yeah, we still got to do 12. Councillors, I seek a motion that we move into confidential. That'd be moved Councillor Smith, seconded Councillor Ward. Councillors, should you wish to sit, please. So the motion is to move into confidential. All those in favour of moving into confidential? Just allow Councillor Knight to resume his chair. Councillor Nye, we've just put a motion up to move into confidential. All those in favour? That is unanimous. This is to do with GB3. Yep. So resolution to...
You don't need to move anything. You
Mhm.
just announce
Yep.
during a closed session the following resolution.
Yes. Yep. We're just waiting for everything to come back online. Okay. Councillors, we're now back into open session, and it was resolved in closed session in regards to GB3, the status of Women's Advisory Committee. A, the Council appoint 10 applicants from the confidential list, attachment A3, to the status of Women's Advisory Committee, as decided in closed session and as initialed by the Mayor. And B, that in the terms of reference, the membership be amended from 2 councillors, which may include the Mayor, to now be all councillors. And that was resolved. Do we have to record the votes? And that was moved and passed. We move to GB 12, which seemed to have been missed when we were... Which one did we get? We got 11, but... One moment, councillors. Mhm. Okay. Or could we just do 11 and 12, just to confirm? Councillor Smith, can you recall whether you moved GB 11, which was the Glade, or GB 12, which is the planning proposal to amend Schedule 5?
I'm happy to clarify this, but I'm going to dob in a fellow councillor here on this one. I did do GB 11, and then I went to GB 12, and then my fellow councillor sitting beside me said, what about GB 11? So I went back to GB 11, but we did then move on to GB 12. Thank you.
I think to avoid confusion, I think we should recommit both items, GB 11 and GB 12.
My apologies, Mr. Mayor.
Yes. Yes, that would make sense because there does appear to be a bit of confusion across the board. So, yep. Okay, so I need a resolution to recommit. Councillors, to fix this little situation, I need a resolution to recommit GB 11 and GB 12. I'll move that. Seconded, Councillor Smith. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Councillor Smith, GB 11.
Mr Mayor, I'd like to move GB 11 as per the officer's recommendation.
Seconded, Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour with Councillor Taylor out? We don't have to, no. Yep. So that is unanimous. GB 12. Councillor Smith, I believe that's next on the list.
Mr Mayor, I would like to move GB 12 as per officer's recommendation.
Seconded, Councillor Wheatley. All those in favour? That is unanimous. We're all good. GB 15. Now we're up to GB 15, which was withdrawn by Councillor Kay. Yep. Yep. Councillor Kay, you withdrew GB 15. Do you have a motion for this one? Yep. Councillor Kay, please remember that if you're mentioning anything that is confidential, we will have to move into confidential. So we need a resolution to move into confidential, and that is moved by Councillor Kay, seconded Councillor Smith. All those in favour of going into confidential? That is unanimous. We will just stop the live stream, etc., for the time being. banging this through, aren't we? Thank you. We're now back in open session, and in regards to GB 15, and it was resolved that Council approve the 11 community representatives who submitted applications in the confidential attachment of this report. And that was passed. 15, 16, 17, 18. Where are we at? Councillors, GB 19, which was withdrawn by Councillor Wheatley. Councillor Wheatley, you have a motion.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I'd like to move the officer's recommendation and seek a seconder.
Seconded by Councillor Ward. Councillor Wheatley, you have the call.
Question through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Watson. Given we are exploring the options to redirect the grant in alternate locations, is there an opportunity for Rohini Street or Eastern Road precinct to be the area that we could investigate? Because I'm sure the retailers would very much welcome that activation.
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Since the last council meeting, we have done a lot of work to try and preserve this grant application opportunity. We have had a number of meetings with the Shared Spaces team at Department of Planning, and there was a memo circulated earlier today which shows quite an extensive program for Turramurra, which includes Eastern Road, Rohini Street, goes across to the western side of Turramurra as well, sort of sets up a food trail running through the train station. So yeah, we've done our best. We've got some preliminary approval. We'd have to do a formal grant application change process, but the work that has been presented to you today in that late memo has been developed in consultation with both Transport for New South Wales and Department of Planning. They had firmed up their position between meetings, and we're clearly looking for some physical work that may not get removed after the trial pop-up. And what we settled on there was that extra railway pedestrian crossing that were also alluded to there. So we think we've got a mix of events, trail, lighting, pop-up temporary event space on the croquet lawn. So we think we've got a good package together that covers both sides of Turramurra. Councillor Wheatley.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Taylor.
Just quickly, it sounds like a lot of work has already gone into this Turramurra local centre street sharing initiative. I'm just wondering if something like this comes up in the future, might it be possible, or are there reasons why we might not consider Grandview Avenue and Post Office Street in Pymble? Is that something that a potential, or why hasn't that been considered in the past? Is there any sort of guidelines that it didn't qualify for, or something like that?
Director.
Through you, Mr Mayor, we were looking for a centre where we had an approved public domain plan that we could piggyback off. We don't have one of those for Turramurra. Sorry for Grandview, but strictly speaking, there's no reason you couldn't go to somewhere like Grandview. It depends on the what we've got in Turramurra that is less evident in Grandview is a lot of eateries and food places that open after hours. I don't want to unpack why Roseville was unsuccessful, but there wasn't a lot of food venues and a lot of venues that wanted to stay open after hours. So we thought at short notice, given that elements of this are supposed to be up and running in September, we had done some work fairly recently with traders in Turramurra, and we thought we had some capital we can build off. We did look at whether we could do something at the Princess Street Mall over in, the Phillip Mall in West Pymble, but we thought that was a little bit small. We also looked at St Ives, particularly on the corner Memorial, but the space the council owns is somewhat, which is where the YMCA and the restaurants are, is a little bit removed from other elements of the centre. So based on the opportunities we thought we had, Tarahumara ticked more boxes than some of the other centres based on this particular program.
Thanks very much.
Thank you, Director. It's certainly, when you look at the list of opportunities there, when you're looking at mural on walls, artworks at the entry to Tarahumara Station, there are certainly things there that I would imagine would become permanent, whether those two are, but we're going to get some long-term benefit. It's certainly an area that is well patronised. There are, a lot, as Director Watson said, quite a number of eateries there that do have extended trading hours, and I'm sure having the opportunity for the other ones to open up longer, they probably will embrace it. So kudos to staff to resurrect this one, which did look a bit of dead in the water from Roseville, and getting it up in Tarahumara. Again, it will benefit a real lot of people, and it's certainly an area that is crying out for some love. So well done, one and all. Council, I have no further. Are there any further comments from councillors? Otherwise, Councillor Wheatley, would you like to sum up?
I have nothing further to add.
That's wonderful. Okay, so we'll just put the motion, which is officer's recommendation. All those in favour? That is unanimous. Thank you. Now we come to GB 23, which Councillor Smith had originally looked to move, but you had an amendment or an addition.
Mr Mayor, yeah, just on GB 23, under A, I wanted to put B, which, if I can just ask the staff to bring that up, which would read, the construction and associated establishment of the loan for the Marion Street Theatre project will only proceed on the basis that the Roseville and Gordon Bowling Club sites are included as part of the property sales to fund the entire repayment of the loan. And Council has confidence that the sales will proceed and the revenue will be realised. Thank you.
And is there a seconder for that? Seconder, Councillor Wheatley. Councillor Smith.
Mr Mayor, this can has been kicked for a long time now in relation to Marion Street Theatre, and particularly with funding. I think it's important that this be realised in what's been put forward by the council staff, in the sense that we've got a responsibility that we've got to have assets that are ready to sell, and they're in a position that we can move on, that we can actually pay for Marion Street. If, for whatever reason, we don't, it will only put Marion Street at risk because there's no secured assets. This position of the two bowling clubs to support Marion Street Theatre was played out in the prior council, and I believe that it needs to happen with this council. We've been backwards and forwards with this so many times now. It's an asset that will be realised once it is built on how great it is. We've got two unused bowling clubs, which at the moment do not offer anything to the greater part of the community, whereas Marion Street Theatre being built will. I also think it's important to the ratepayers of Ku-ring-gai that they're seeing that as council we're being financially fiscal with the money that we've got. We're going to hard times right now. Interest rates are going up. We can't be seen to be taking out loans on items where we haven't got committed assets that are operational. And when I say operational, it's got to be operational so we can sell it. And I think that it is imperative that we move forward on this. I think it'll be a benefit to Ku-ring-gai, and I just really do not want to sort of put it in a position where the Marion Street Theatre is unfunded and at risk of not proceeding. So for those reasons, that's the reason I've put this small amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Smith, just confirming we have the new point B in there, that you are moving that, which is the 2.5% as opposed to the original 0.7%.
Yes, that's correct.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. Councillor Wheatley has seconded. Do you wish to speak now or reserve your right? I'll do him first.
Nothing further to add, Mr Mayor.
Thank you. Much more legible?
Thank you.
Excellent.
My eyes are getting bad.
What am I meant? Councillor Nye did have his little yellow hand up on the screen, so I'll go to him first. Councillor Nye.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a question about what's on the screen. I know that I think Councillor Smith mentioned the Gordon Bowling Club as well, but I don't see it on the screen here. So I'm just wondering if the words Gordon Bowling Club are meant to be part of this motion.
If I could just ask the council staff just to bring that up. It was part of the notes that I've forwarded to you as option 1. Would you like me to come over?
One moment. Yep, I think I've given council staff a copy of it, so. There we go. That's the correct wording.
Thank you.
That's all right, Councillor Nye. Away you go.
I've got nothing to say. It was just a question to make sure that the wording was right on the screen.
Thank you, Councillor Nye, for picking that up. Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. May I move an amendment to the amendment that Roseville and Gordon Bowling Club sites be replaced by simply the Roseville Bowling Club sites? This council has not...
Now that is a minor amendment. I'll ask the question to the mover of this particular motion whether he wishes to accept that amendment within his or...
No, not at this stage, thank you.
That's quite all right. So therefore, Councillor, then you have to move an amendment, which is what you were doing.
Well then, Mr. Mayor, may I move an amendment to the amendment that Roseville and Gordon Bowling Club sites be replaced by simply Roseville Bowling Club site.
Okay, and a seconder to that amendment is Councillor Ward. Councillor Lennon, speak to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This council has not considered the Gordon Bowling Club site. The former council did, but since then we've had a report into the Gordon Bowling Club site, which has not come before this council. We have not seen a response to that report. We have also had an election in which every single candidate in Gordon Ward opposed the sale of the Gordon Bowling Club site. I simply do not believe that we need to include Gordon Bowling Club site in the financial considerations of Main Street Theatre. I support Councillor Smith's general sentiment that we need to be able to support the loan, and there are asset sales that have been considered by this council, both in council session and at workshops. There are a lot of options to fund asset sales that would repay the loan without preempting a council decision on the Gordon Bowling Club site. The people of Gordon around the bowling club site are totally unaware that this is going to be something presented tonight. A lot of people who support the Main Street Theatre, as I do, as I think most people in Gordon Ward do not support the sale of the Gordon Bowling Club site. and to suggest that somehow the financial merit of funding the Main Street Theatre by loan depends upon sale of the Gordon Bowling Club site, I respectfully suggest is simply incorrect. That there is scope for funding asset sales and other means of supporting a loan that do not require the sale of the Gordon Bowling Club site, and the sale of the Gordon Bowling Club site ought to be dealt with as a motion, standalone when the time comes, and not at 9:30 at night in the middle of consideration of other factors. Thank you.
Okay. Yep. Thank you, Councillor Lennon. Councillor Ward is seconder of the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I also support Councillor Lennon's views, and I'd also like to say I agree with Councillor Martin Smith that we have been kicking the can around for a little while. Everyone has different views about what we can do to build Marion Street Theatre. Previous councillors had too, but the issue has always been money. And this has not come in front of the council for the first time. I understand that the council has no money and that the sale of the assets are the only way for us to find money. But to sell open space such as Gordon Bowling Club, which still has not come before us, to be part of that sale to fund Marion Street Theatre is not, in my view, the right way to go. I also do not support borrowing money. However, in the current climate, if we don't look at other options of building Marion Street Theatre, we are always going to be in this position. We have been talking about this since 2015, I think, and we cannot seem to make a decision because the cost is now getting more and more and more, and we need to come up with something. There's been some suggestion about increasing rates. There's been some suggestions about how we fund other projects. And there also has been other assets that's been identified. So, you know, I think perhaps we do need to look at some other assets that can be divested rather than the public assets that we are talking about, such as the Gordon Bowling Club. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Councillor Taylor?
I'd just like to clarify what this all means exactly. So does this amendment mean that we have to have sold these assets before we can proceed, or is it that we just have to all have agreed on which assets we're going to sell so we can fund the Marion Street Theatre, or along these lines? Can I just clarify what that means exactly? Because it could be perhaps interpreted that we have to wait until we have all the money for this, and maybe that could be 5 years down the track. And then, it could be that the loan would then need to be $30 million. And so I'm just sort of wondering exactly the timeline of what this is hoping to achieve.
Director Marshall, would you care to jump in on this one?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I read the amendment to be that, firstly, the Rhodesville Bowling Club site proceeds are to be allocated entirely to the Marion Street project, and also that the project and the associated loan will only proceed once there are adequate sales such that council has confidence that the sales will proceed and the revenue will be realised in order to repay the loan.
I might jump in, I think, for you, Councillor Taylor. So we don't actually have to have the sales crystallised. They can be in progress. They might be just at the beginning of being divested. They might be part the way through. They might be being close to being realised, if that helps to clarify.
That certainly does. Well, then, I necessarily want to go down the path of amending this amendment just yet without asking a few more questions. But then can we include perhaps somewhere in this amendment that we all councillors produce a list of the assets that we think can go towards this loan, and produce even a report or something, or suggestions by the next meeting, and we, even if there's a meeting that's organised, we can all agree on the assets that will be sold, and then so hopefully by next meeting we'll have worked out that we are using the Roseville Bowling Club and a number of other assets that will go forward to pay for this loan, and then that means by next month or next meeting we can approve this loan. Is that what this is sort of saying? Is that an option? Is that an interpretation of this?
I'll possibly jump in to add to that. It certainly gives you the impetus and encouragement to get a move on with looking at producing sufficient number of assets, whatever they may well be, on top of the Roseville Bowling Club. To do it in a month, possibly a little bit hard. We have had some workshops on that as a preliminary discussion, and I believe, Director Watson, you did ask councillors for further input from the various councillors. Director Watson.
Through you, Mr Mayor, at that last briefing we conducted, we gave councillors a timeline in relation to all of the assets that had been identified, bearing in mind their different status in the process. There was, I think, one or two other sites that had been put forward, but there is fundamentally very little more to consider than you have already considered. Some assets would be realised in the 2022-23 year, but the bulk of them wouldn't occur till after that. So no, I can't give you any confidence that sufficient assets would be progressed to the point that you would have all of this money in the next financial year. That should have been clear by that last presentation I gave councillors.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Taylor.
Also, how I've understood your interpretation of the amendment to that, all we need to do is to have the ball rolling, and we have to have worked out the assets that we are going to sell, and then that's when we can approve the loan. But is that contrary to what you're sort of saying? Because you're sort of saying that then we've already done that. We've already got the assets that we want to sell. So then can we then proceed with this loan?
So it will come before council again, and that you are comfortable and confident that there are sufficient sales in progress to proceed with the loan.
So it needs to be in progress. So we need to have had the assets come forward to council. We have to all have agreed that those assets are going to be divested, and then that's when we will be able to approve this loan. Is that correct?
Director Watson.
Through you, Madam, Mr Mayor, sorry. I do this every time, late. When you accept a tender, the tenderer doesn't care whether you've got asset sales or not. You are contracted for a tender price and you are obliged to pay. So you have to be more than comfortable when you accept a tender that you have sufficient money available to pay the contractor according to the agreed milestones in the contract. And you certainly do not go to tender with the expectation that you're going to waste 20 tenderers' time preparing tenders for which you have no intention of awarding a tender. Bearing in mind that you may, find that you are well above budget anyway, but you do not go to tender even with a remote expectation that you will not be awarding a tender.
Director, I think that sort of clarifies it. So basically, once you go to tender, you know that you're going to tender and you're going to do it, and that you've got enough sales in progress.
I thought that was the point of getting a loan. So we have the money, we get a loan, we have the money, so we can go to tender. Is that what the loan's for? Yeah. And so the loan, we will be able to go to the tendering process as soon as the loan is approved. I'm just trying to clarify what we have to do to approve this loan. And so we've designated here in this amendment that the Roseville Bowling Club is the site that we're going to be using in its entirety to go towards this loan, to pay off this loan. I just want to know what else we're going to use. Does that still need clarifying? Do we need more input from council staff to confirm that? Do we not? Are we doing all of that stuff already? Do individual assets have to be put before council to the total of $22 million before we can approve this loan? I still am not clear on what we have to do as councillors to get this loan established and approved.
Director Marshall, would you like to jump in before I jump in?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Clearly, at the moment, well, there appears to be a reluctance for council to proceed with the loan now because of the risk that the funding won't be there from asset sales to repay the loan. So the amendment and the original motion seeks to delay the process until council, the elected council, has more confidence that that revenue will be received. Now, ultimately, that is a decision for the 10 councillors. It appears that you don't currently have the confidence that the revenue will be received to repay the loan. When that point will be is a question that only you can answer. But the things that you mentioned, such as other sites progressing along the pathway to sale, Roseville Bowling Club also progressing, in fact maybe even having been sold, would go a significant way, I'm sure, to giving councillors confidence that there is a large cornerstone of funding available to repay the loan. So as those things progress, councillors will gain more confidence, and then there'll be a report brought before you, or you could indeed move a notice of motion, if you so desired, to borrow the money and commence the project.
Great, thank you. Just to finally paraphrase to make sure that I've understood that. So we'll need a notice of motion that says that we're confident that that our pathway towards being able to repay this loan is underway, and we're happy with that as a council. And then that's when the loan will be approved.
Mr. Marshall?
That's one avenue, isn't it? That's one avenue. Yes, one avenue.
Mr. Mayor, that is one avenue, yes. So if there is, so included within the budget, if you adopt it, is the loan funding and the capital funding for the project. This amendment, or the alternate one, just puts a contingency there that it can't happen until council has resolved again that we should proceed to borrow the money based on this criteria. So a notice of motion would, if it resulted in a resolution to that effect, would trigger the borrowing of the money and the proceeding with the project. Alternatively, a report from staff, which may come up from time to time, giving you an update on asset sales progress. That could also be a trigger.
Okay, so those two options. So just to clarify, so one option is councillors here have to produce a notice of motion that says we're going to list these assets for divestment so we can pay the Marion Street Theatre, or a report from council put forward that says that we feel like we're in a confident state now to divest these assets so we can pay for the Marion Street Theatre.
Director Watson, a comment on that?
Yep, through you, Mr. Mayor. Just as a point of ordinary process, there's a couple of assets that are ready for divestment, and as a matter of course, we would let all councillors know when that had occurred by memo. So you would all be advised at the same time where particular asset sales have been finalised. And the two that come to mind that will occur between now and Christmas would be the Warrain Road site and Babbage Road. I would expect both of those should have been finalised or at least contracted by Christmas time. So that will give you some confidence without mentioning figures because that's confidential.
Councillor Taylor, does that help give you more comfort that you'll be advised as each asset disposal comes to fruition as we go along?
So that makes me believe that then we can't approve this loan until divestment of some assets has been finalised. And I thought that wasn't the case, because assets to be finalised, that could take years. and then in those years, then this loan could go from what it is now to who knows what. And so yeah, I mean, I think it's in our best interest to have this loan go as soon as possible, so it doesn't get any larger. I mean, I think in the last year or something, it's millions have been added to it.
Director Marshall?
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. If this is adopted, the sales do not have to have happened, because on the last line of the motion, it says that, and council has confidence that the sales will proceed, so that they don't have to have actually happened yet. The elected council has to have decided that they think they will proceed, and you're happy to take that risk and borrow the money.
Fantastic. Thank you.
That's good. I think that clarifies all your positions. You'll be getting updates from Director Watson as things roll through.
Sorry that took so long.
That's okay. We did have Councillor Nye's hand up there, and that poor little yellow hand that's just been floating in the air for the last X amount of minutes, and I'm sure it's very, very tired. Councillor Nye.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'd like to speak against this motion, this amendment. Just to establish some background, we voted unanimously, I believe, to support the construction of the Marion Street Theatre about 2.5 hours ago. So there's no question about that. The real question here is how should we fund it and when should it be built? What's being proposed here is a loan to fund it, and that this loan be paid off through asset sales. Now, as many residents out there know, especially those who have a mortgage, interest rates are on the rise, and they haven't stopped yet. They will quite likely continue to go up till perhaps 5.5% or something like that in the next year or two. So if we take on a loan, which I'm not necessarily opposed to, we had better be very confident that we can pay off that loan very quickly, which then goes down to this line here about confidence that asset sales will proceed. Now, about 3 weeks ago, we as the councillors here in this room have been briefed on what asset options potentially could be sold as part of the repayment of a loan. And look, based on that briefing, I felt that if we were confident to sell all of them, then yes, sure, we can pay off the loan quite quickly. But when I do look at that list, and I'm not going to say what's on it, there's just some there where I think, well, you know, good luck with selling that, because I'm not entirely confident that when that time comes, that there will be a majority support for particular decisions. So personally, I'm of the view that, well, I'm of the view at this stage that we're probably not going to be able to pay off the loan in the way that's intended. I personally think that we should look at other things like cost efficiencies and perhaps also increasing rates potentially after looking at the efficient spend of our own resources. But there are other options out there, but I personally don't think that asset sales will take us to that figure unless we do something like 8 to 8. Just overall, do I have confidence that we will be able to pay off the loan? At this point in time, no, I don't have that confidence. Am I in support of Rosehill Bowling Club being sold as well? No, I'm not, but we've already dealt with that in the past, so I'm not going to mention it now. But yeah, it really goes down to those few words: has confidence that the sales will proceed and the revenue will be realised. I personally don't have that confidence. I suspect that over time, as things play out in the remaining 2 years of this term, we'll find out what we mean. Yeah, I just can't support the amendment. I just can't support taking on a loan in an increasing interest rate environment without having confidence that we can pay off the loan. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. Councillor Smith.
Mr. Mayor, question through you to Director Marshall. What I've proposed here this evening, would that not give some confidence that we will be paying the loan if it was to be supported, what I put up for the 2 bowling clubs?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the very basis of the motion or the amendment is worded such that we would not proceed with the loan until council had confidence that sales will proceed.
Correct. But what I've proposed is both Gordon and Roseville Bowling Club to be tied into this sale to pay for Marion Street Theatre. If we've got that, if the confidence is in this and this is worded as I am wanting it to be worded, we are then confident that we're able to pay for Marion Street Theatre, is because I echo Councillor Nye's concerns and is the reason why I'm here this evening speaking up and having to put forward these two bowling clubs for this.
Mr Mayor, if those two sales were to proceed, they would go a long way towards funding the Marion Street Theatre, if not fund it in its entirety. So if your question is if they were to be sold and you had confidence in that, then that would largely solve the problem.
Thank you. Just on another question, could you just tell me what the risk and exposure would be to council if we were to move forward with a loan and not have committed the two assets that I'm putting forward at the moment? Could you just tell me what that cost and commitment and risk it would put onto the council, please?
Director Marshall. I might even jump in while Director Marshall looks at his figures to give him time. Obviously, if we don't get to the required amount of asset sales under the amendment, the loan does not proceed, the construction does not proceed.
Yep.
What you're saying is, I think where you're heading with this, if we went with the two bowling club sites, that would give us almost 100% certainty. The amendment is probably not as concrete for certainty, and I'll let Director Marshall now answer the question.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If we borrowed the money but didn't have asset sales to repay it, we'd be committing to approximately $2.7 million a year in loan and interest repayments. Probably more in a rising interest environment.
Could you just describe what type of effects we'd be dealing with as a council with that type of loan?
Sorry. When you say the type of effects, as in...
financial effects, what
yeah.
this council may have to do if we're trying to finance at $2.7 million a year without any asset sales to pay off the loan.
I think where's the money coming from? I think it's simple as that.
Where are we going to find the money? What's going to be affected? What's the type of impacts on this council if we were to move forward with that without having locked in asset sales?
Mr Mayor, that would be very significant if we had to fund $2.7 million or more from our existing budget. We would have to make large cuts. To put it into perspective, something that councillors are fully aware of is the footpath, new footpath budget. So I think that's now $1.25 million a year. So it would be at least double the amount we spend on footpaths we would be spending on repaying this loan. So that's the type of cuts you would need. You'd have to, for example, if you cut your footpath budget or you cut your roads budget, it's quite significant. Or alternatively, you would need to, in terms of staff numbers, you'd need to cut 30 or 40 staff to pay for that, which is 10% of our staff.
Yeah, thank you. I'd just like to correct one thing. As far as goes, the increase in the footpath budget was working within the existing footpath budget, was on the new footpaths. So we weren't actually bringing any more money into it.
Sorry, Councillor, I only did that just to try to give an example of the size.
The enormity. No, that's
the enormity,
fine.
yeah.
Yep, thank you. No, I appreciate that. And Mr Mayor, question through you to Director Watson. Can you just please describe to this council what the process, the time, the length of time, what's been involved, the cost to get these two old assets that are no longer used, that the bowling clubs, how long this has cost, the time period that it's taken to get to this point where we've got it, that we're getting close where a decision can be made that's operational to sell.
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr Mayor. Warrane Road, I have all the resolutions of council I need. We're in the process of getting quotations from agents to dispose of the property. You didn't ask the question about it, but I'm going to give you the answer anyway. Babbage Road, you had a report on that tonight. We have appointed an agent to do that. All we needed to do was write back to council about a reserve, which we did today. If there is risk, which the conversation is about, it is, as alluded to by Councillor Lennon, there is a long way to go in relation to Pennant Avenue, because we haven't reported back the chairperson's report. Council hasn't made a decision on the chairperson's report, and then the Department of Planning would have to gazette or not gazette, to use the old parlance, that planning proposal. So you can, at this point in time, you can only bank on one of the assets, not both. In GB20, we did have some discussion there about amending the Section 712 plan to cover 20% of the costs of this project. Now, we would have to bring back an amended Section 712 plan, but when we debated GB20, I didn't hear any debate against that, but that could cover up to 20% of the costs of the Marion Street Theatre upgrade, which is in the order of, let's round it out to about $4.5 million thereabouts. So what you can bank on is Babbage Road, Warrane Road, and 20% from 712 in the event the council decides to go with a change to 712. Now, that bundle of assets should cover Marion Street Theatre.
Thank you.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just a question perhaps to Director Marshall. We have an existing loan of $18.9 million. In our budget, have we factored in the increase in interest rates?
Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. We have fixed that loan. I'm just looking for guidance from the Manager of Finance for 10 years. I'll hand over to the Manager of Finance.
Yeah, sorry. Yes, we have fixed that loan at about 3.3% for 10 years.
Thank you. So if we were to borrow the 22 million, and there's also the suggestion in GB23 that 17.3 million for the indoor sports, we're looking at all up $53 million in loans. My question is, just keeping all those items separately, you've just identified a number of assets that's almost ready to go, excluding the bowling club, because there's a lot of work still to be done and reports still needs to come to council. Can we approve the loan and get work going, knowing that we have at least a bucket of money that's coming in? And also, we are still in the process of identifying other assets that we may be able to divest. Is that an option?
I might be able to jump in here if you do look at the way it is worded. That council can proceed, providing it has the confidence that the sales will proceed. So you've guys got to make the decision that you have the confidence that they will proceed.
So based on Director Watson's remarks earlier on those assets, would we not have confidence that they would proceed?
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr Mayor, until there was various amendments to the report as presented to council tonight, I would have been proceeding to tender, as I have advised you before. It's my job. I mean, the budget as adopted for exhibition and now, without change, authorises the loan. I'm agnostic about where the money comes from. I would have been going to tender, and the next time council would have seen it would have been to accept a tender. And, you know.
What time frame is that?
As far as the tender's concerned, I think is what you're asking, Director Watson, likely rough time frame of your tender?
Through you, Mr Mayor, we would have been looking to do that just prior to the Christmas break so that we could assess over Christmas. But somewhere between now and February we would have wrapped that up. There's now an additional milestone in that council has to be confident. That didn't exist until tonight. I don't know how that impacts my timeline.
Thank you, Director. Question, Councillor Taylor?
It seems like that, Director Watson, you're suggesting that we could be in a competent place to approve this loan with the divestment of the Roseville Bowling Club, the Babbage, and if this 711, 712 contributions works out. Is that correct?
Director Watson?
Through you, Mr Mayor, I don't have to be confident. You do.
Exactly. We're the decision makers. He follows. We make the policy. We decide what gets done. He does it. So if we decide we're confident, we're confident.
It just concerns me that we could be unconfident for another 10 years. It's a very
Question, Councillor Taylor, not commentary.
I suppose then my question is to the councillors. So it seems that we're lacking confidence at the moment, and if we had another asset on this list, would we then be confident?
It's possibly a rhetorical question, and I think probably down the track.
It's not a rhetorical question. I'm trying to get this loan approved as quickly as possible.
Councillor Ward, did you want to? Oh, Sam's got his yellow hand up, unfortunately. Councillor Nye.
Oh, yes, unfortunately, I'll have to speak. I've got a question for Director Marshall. Is it true that we as a council also have a $36.8 million infrastructure backlog and a $7.4 million Section 711 development contributions gap? And if so, what's our plan to pay those off, a total of $44 million?
Councillor Nye, that's a very lengthy and detailed question with many parts, and I'm just allowing Director Marshall to gather the appropriate location within his report to answer that. Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Yes, Councillor Nye, that is correct. There is a... the $36 million that you refer to is actually the infrastructure renewal that we plan to spend over the next 10 years and fund from asset sales, and the same for the Section 711 development contributions, co-contributions. There's 7.4 million currently planned to be funded from asset sales as well.
Okay, and then my second question, which is my final, is if we end up not being able to produce as much in asset sales as we'd like, what gets prioritised? Do we pay off the Marion Street Theatre loan first, or do we work on improving our infrastructure so that there isn't a backlog?
Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. As it stands, it is first in, first out, if you like. So in our long-term financial plan, the first projects that come along required to be funded from asset sales, which in this case happens to be Marion Street, would be the first thing funded from asset sales.
Okay, so I'm sorry, I said final question before, but here's my final question. So in other words, we'll build Marion Street Theatre first, and then infrastructure backlog, decaying assets, all of that, we'll deal with it later.
Director Marshall?
That's correct, Mr Mayor, if you adopt the plan, unless you amend it otherwise.
Okay, thank you.
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr Mayor. At that briefing, confidential briefing we did a couple of weeks ago, Councillor and I, we did run a couple of bar graphs, I think, that matched asset sales to the requirement for funding in the long-term financial plan. And over the 10-year period, largely those two graphs matched. But in relation to your early observation about whether decisions are made at the time, you are right. That assumes that those appropriate decisions are made at the time.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Ward.
Sorry, Mr Mayor, thank you. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Watson. Director Watson, you mentioned that you don't have to be confident, we need to be confident. I appreciate that. But we can only be confident with what we are provided by the staff. We are dependent on the information that we get from the staff. So if we are given a level of confidence that if we were to approve the loan hypothetically tonight, we do have 2 or 3 assets in the pipeline that we think will come before December and could go towards servicing that. Would that be a correct assumption on my part?
Director Watson, a very long-worded question, and I'll just allow you to gather your thoughts on how to answer this one.
Through you, Mr Mayor, some of the assets that Council has dealt with up to this point in time have been on the table for a very long time. So if you're asking me, am I confident that Council will deal with every single asset that I have presented, the answer to that question is no, because history tells me the answer to that question is no. Am I confident that we can get sufficient funds to deal with Marion Street Theatre? I think we are closer than we have ever been in a decade or more. Now, given that I have all the resolutions I need for 2 properties, the only risk sits around the Section 712 plan, so the risk is less than it has ever been. But I'm a positive person, but
that's terrific. Thank you.
Pragmatic as well.
And just following on what Director Watson said, Cooler, 1994. So, again, nothing's certain until it's done and dusted. So, again, it's up to us to have confidence in our decisions. Councillor Taylor, you have another question.
Sorry, only one more. I just to clarify this contributions plan. Through you, Mr Mayor, to Director Watson, what needs to go through that process for that to be finalised?
Director Watson?
It's got to be started before it's finalised. Through you, Mr Mayor, it would involve rewriting the contributions plan. Some of the ordinary rules that apply to the 711 plan don't apply to the 712 plan. The exhibition period is relatively limited. It could be done and dusted in 4 or 5 months. So by Christmas time, you could have a new 712 plan in place. I'm going to start answering questions on the fly here because I haven't given it any thought. This piece of work is not included in the current plan. There are some other projects that are included in the plan that would not drop out. So I would have to have a conversation with some of my partners, particularly on the far side of the table there, about whether or not we can reprogram some work. The 712 plan covers things like the SEEK, it covers the town centres upgrades, it covers the parks upgrades program. Now, some of those programs are running a little bit behind, so there is probably 5 years' worth of funds there that can be reallocated without at all impacting on this year's work program, next year's work program. So I'm reasonably confident that we could effectively borrow within that plan rather than wait for, $4 million to come in from now onwards. I think we can manage all of that work within that plan. So again, that could be wrapped up by Christmas time.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you very much.
Councillor Nye, you have another question.
Yes, I've got some questions in relation to this asset pipeline, and I was wondering if we can go into confidential given the nature of the questions. So I'm moving that we move into confidential.
So Councillor Nye has moved into confidential. Obviously, were you wishing to talk about specific assets? Does it actually relate to the amendment?
For me, it affects my confidence that sales will proceed.
Okay. So as your confidence at this point in time, or as in confidence at the end of the year?
Confidence at this point in time that all the asset sales that we had considered 3 weeks ago will proceed.
Councillor Nye, we actually can't give that confidence, and we don't have that list of assets in front of Director Watson. So
yeah, that's why I want to go in confidential. I don't want to mention them in public.
Are you going to be able to answer it? Councillor Nye, Director Watson may or may not be able to answer it, but it's dependent on the question. So you've moved a motion that we move into confidential. I need a seconder for that. Seconded Councillor Ward. All those in favour? Councillor Kay, how's your phone? Are you going to vote or play with the phone? You just put your hand up and down. It was a little bit hard to tell. All those in favour of going into confidential? Councillor Kay, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye, against Councillor Pettit. Okay, we go into confidential. Councillors, we're back in open session. And we still are on the amendment moved by Councillor Lennon, just to refresh your memories. Are there any further speakers on Councillor Lennon's amendment?
Mr. Mayor, I did have a question to Councillor Martin previously, but you did not see my thing, but that's okay.
That's okay. Now's a good time to ask it if you wish to ask that question, Councillor Ward.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. My question is to Councillor Martin, to Smith, that if this process has been in place for such a long time, and if there was an appetite to sell Gordon Bowling Club and Roseville Bowling Club to fund Marion Street Theatre, then why was it not done then? And the second question is that I refer again to Director Watson's remarks that Gordon Bowling Club has not yet gone through the process for it to be sold. So it really cannot be part of this project to sell the Gordon Bowling Club at this point in time. I'd like to ask Councillor Smith,
yes.
How does he come to the conclusion that that can be part of this?
Thank you, Councillor Ward. Councillor Smith.
Thank you very much, Councillor Ward. Look, it's a pretty straightforward answer for me. It's taken years to get it here, and this council, as we're all aware, and the councillors here this evening, and yourselves, were aware that this was going to be put forward to the Marion Street Theatre for sale. That was part of the deal. The Gordon Ward councillors were even in support of that. I think the next part of the... Sorry, what was your second part? It's getting late. Apologise.
A glass of water mightn't hurt, Councillor Smith.
Actually,
Should you...
You're right. Well, sorry, what was the second?
I'll just let you pause.
The second part of the question was that Gordon Bowling Club has not gone through the proper process and is not part of the sale. So why are you assuming that it should be there?
Gordon Bowling Club has been going through the sales and is the reason why that I'm speaking up in particular. It's not that I've got any particular, preference with the bowling club, or that it's just that it has gone through the process. It is the one that is closest to go, that would allow it to go and would actually give us a decent chunk of money to pay for this. And that's the reason why, if this was a property of much less value, I would not have proposed it. I personally feel that the residents in Ku-ring-gai will benefit greatly with this theatre, if this theatre was to be built. But I think that the two wards that will be, the payoff will be exceptional, will be both Gordon Ward and Roseville Ward, just due to the locality of it. And we've heard that there are a lot of people in Ku-ring-gai that support theatre, but the reality of it is that the people in both Gordon Ward and Roseville Ward will benefit the most. And I believe that it's not unreasonable to put up an unused asset to pay for this. Thank you.
Councillor Lennon, a question?
Yes, may I ask Director Watson, is there any data at all to substantiate Councillor Smith's claim that residents of Gordon and Roseville wards would use the theatre anymore? People travel all over Sydney to go to the theatre. I find it remarkable to suggest that they wouldn't be travelling from Sadi's, Warringah and Kamanara wards to go to the theatre.
Director
Through you,
Watson?
Mr Mayor, I'll have to take that one on notice. There was some telephone survey work done some time ago that did in fact indicate that the theatre was better understood the closer you were to it, yes. And it's also fair to say that the process of rezoning Pennant Avenue was only made for the purpose of disposal. It was not rezoned, or the rezoning wasn't commenced to do nothing with it. It was rezoned for disposal. There was never a direct link by council resolution to this project, but a number of former councillors in their own minds clearly made that link.
Thank you, Director. Councillor Lennon.
Follow-up question. Given that all the promotions for Main Street Theatre were made within the Clara, Linfield and nearby areas, it's surely not surprising that people living within Gordon and Roseville wards would be most familiar with it. But when the time comes, if, and I hope there is, a revived Main Street Theatre up and running, people right across the Ku-ring-gai will be aware of the theatre, so that issue of awareness surely is no longer relevant. Again, I ask the question, is there any data to say that residents of one part of the municipality would be any more likely to use a theatre than any other?
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I said I'd take the question on notice, but the telephone data is the telephone data, and that's the story it tells.
Thank you, Director.
Sorry, Mr Mayor.
Councillor Ward, another question.
Thank you.
Succinct question.
To Director Watson, I'm sorry. Your remarks were that Gordon Bowling Club is not ready to be divested. The report has not come to the council and there's a bit of work to be done. Is that correct?
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr Mayor, I expect that proposal will be back to council for consideration in July, and then it has to be gazetted. Now, in the case of Warrane Road, that only took 2 months. So strictly speaking, and I'd never assume an outcome, but the process can be completed by the end of the September quarter, thereabouts, certainly by the end of the year. What the outcome is, I can't guarantee that. It relies on council making a decision, and then the Department of Planning will make its own decision irrespective of what we put forward. But that process should be concluded by Christmas.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you for that. I'm passionate about getting Marion Street Theatre built, but I'm also passionate about open space. And this side of Gordon does not have any other open space. If we were to sell Gordon Bowling Club, are there any other spaces within that area that could be used as open space?
Director, that's a fairly broad question.
Through you, Mr Mayor, there is still a standing resolution of the former council to convert the Gordon Golf Course to a regional park. There is 40 hectares of open space, 800 metres away.
So following on from that, Councillor Ward, should you wish to have 40 hectares of open space, it's certainly there, should you so desire to put up a nom.
The golfers love it, as do walkers.
So divesting any property does take a huge length of time, as we've seen with both bowling clubs. The process was to sell it. June 2020, it was 9-1 to proceed with R2. We actually went and asked for R3. We didn't ask for it to be open space. We actually said we want to sell this property and we want to get the maximum bang for our buck at R3. So it's nothing new. The community's known about council's desire to sell it for residential. In the last council term, we had Gordon Ward councillors of a certain mindset. This term we have Gordon Ward councillors of a different mindset, and that's what will happen. We could have different councillors in the next term who have a completely different mindset on various assets. All we can do is just deal with what we have right here and now. Can we speculate about the confidence of each individual councillor? Sure, we can speculate, but who knows what when it comes to the crunch of divesting assets. It is a very emotive and difficult decision. Either the amendment or the original motion are basically forcing councillors to make a decision, to find a method of financing that loan and pay it off as quickly as possible. We are not going to kick the can down the road. We are not going to be taking out any more than 22 million. That would just be irresponsible. We've basically drawn a line in the sand. This is the project cost that we are prepared to wear and go with. And it's really up to the individual councillors to either accept that line in the sand or reject it. there might be a push for a majority of councillors to can the project. They might feel it's a bridge too far. Who knows? Again, that's up to them to put forward a nom or whatever. If you feel that $22 million is doable, you will need to do that fairly quickly. I.e., almost by the time we go out to tender, because we're not going out to tender if we don't have our $22 million covered, in whatever shape or form that is. And when that decision comes, that should be a majority decision. I do not want it to be 5-5. All right? Simple as that. So it's either majority to proceed or not proceed. With the two bowling clubs, that gives you a clear funding strategy. With one, not as clear. As Councillor Nye says, he is not confident. Perhaps, Councillor Nye, if both bowling clubs were sold, would that give you confidence?
Is that a question for me to answer?
I thought this is fairly straightforward. Would two bowling clubs being disposed of give you confidence that we could then fund the loan?
Not the loan plus the infrastructure backlog plus the Section 711 gap.
Okay, so all that we are debating here this evening is the loan on the Marion Street Theatre, not the infrastructure backlog. So my question is framed in regards to the Marion Street Theatre loan. Would you have confidence if we sold both bowling clubs that we could then pay off that loan?
We probably could, although I don't want to sell either of the bowling clubs.
So you would be confident, but you don't want to do it?
Yeah, pretty much.
Okay. Councillors, there will be no further debate nor discussion on Councillor Lennon's amendment. And I will put Councillor Lennon's amendment. And I'll just refer you back to the screen just to refresh your memory, as it has been a long discussion on this particular one.
So, Mr. Mayor, may I speak in conclusion if we're about to go to a vote?
Not in this particular case, no. The mover of the original motion gets the right of reply at the end. That's okay. So all those in favour of Councillor Lennon's amendment? Perhaps we need to remove the shading. Councillors, I'd like to put this to a vote. So all those in favour of Councillor Lennon's amendment?
So can we just move the image to the right so we can check the text again?
Can you just move Councillor Nye into... Are we all good? Excellent. So I'll put Councillor Lennon's amendment. All those in favour? That is Councillor Ward, Councillor Lennon. Those against the amendment? Councillors Kay, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Smith, Councillor Pennant. The amendment is lost. We then revert back to the original motion, which was moved by Councillor Smith. Is there any further discussion on this particular motion, if you haven't already spoken to the motion? So currently only Councillor Smith has spoken to the motion. Councillor Lennon.
Can I just confirm the correct words are up on the screen? Councillor Smith's motion, and make sure that we're
Crystal clear.
Thank you. Well, I guess to repeat what's already been said, this council does not consider the sale of the Gordon Bowling Club. And what has been said by the Mayor is correct. This was a decision of the last council, but the community heard and objected to it. A local community group rose, the Save Pennant Park group, and the people of Gordon and Clara, anywhere near the Gordon Bowling Club site, object to this sale. At the last election, every single candidate in Gordon Ward opposed the sale of the Gordon Bowling Club. That said, we support the Main Street Theatre. The people of Ku-ring-gai want the Main Street Theatre. We want the loan to be taken out on financially prudent terms, and we would only support a loan that was, and we believe that such a loan is possible and financially prudent and should be endorsed. It is not fair to the people of Gordon and Clara to hold over them this extortion, and that's what it is. This council, or this municipality, has over 100,000 people with the opportunity to enjoy the Main Street Theatre. Only the people of Gordon and Clara, west of the Pacific Highway, have been asked to give up their public recreational land in order to fund the Main Street Theatre. It is simply not true that the sale of this land is required in order to fund the Main Street Theatre. We heard it again tonight. It's been the message I've heard right through the last few months. We simply do not need to sell the Gordon Bowling Club to fund the Main Street Theatre. And anyone suggesting otherwise is either taking advantage of the goodwill towards the Main Street Theatre to deny the people of Gordon and Clara their public recreational land, the only one they've got, in a part of this municipality that has been earmarked for public recreational land. And it's really, as I say, it's simply extortion. It's not fair on the people of Gordon and Clara. And to include this is to say to the people of Ku-ring-gai that, well, we're not really committed to the Main Street Theatre because we're going to possibly deny the people of Gordon and Clara their local recreational area. We support the Main Street Theatre, and to that end, we oppose this motion because we see it as being unfair to the people of Gordon and Clara. Thank you.
Councillor Nye, the magic yellow hand, away we go.
Okay, a question to the relevant director. What would happen? Do we have a deadline for approving this delivery program and operational plan? Is at the end of this month?
Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, it must be adopted by 30 June to meet the legislative requirements.
So my follow-up question is, in a hypothetical situation where we do not move another amendment or foreshadow this motion and this motion were to be defeated, does that put us in a very awkward position because we have nothing approved by the end of this month?
Director Marshall.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yes, if this motion was to fail, I would suggest Council would need to move something else in order to adopt a budget. Otherwise, in a few days' time, Council doesn't have a budget, so arguably we're not authorised to spend money. So we must somehow, by 30 June, get this across the line.
Okay, thank you. Now, I'm going to speak against the motion. For me, the main driver for speaking against this motion is the mention of both Roseville and Gordon Bowling Club sites. I personally don't believe that we should be selling either of those. I personally believe that there are ways of paying for a loan without having to sell those two sites. We can consider looking at the way we spend money at council. There are also other assets which could potentially be sold. We could also consider raising a special levy of some sort. There are other ways of funding the construction of the Marion Street Theatre, and I don't think selling off large parts of bowling club site at either of the suburbs is the solution. Nor do I believe that selling either of these sites at R2 value, full knowing that whichever developer purchases it will quite likely get R3 value out of it, is the way to go. Now, all of the words that have been spoken about the Gordon Bowling Club site and how residents feel and all of that, I fully agree. I used to be a Killara resident. Out of all the councillors here, I was the one who lived the closest to the Gordon Bowling Club site, and I truly understand the need for recreation space in the area. Having said that, I think, and I feel on behalf of a lot of Roseville residents, that there's been some disrespect that one standard is applied for Gordon, but it is not applied the same way for Roseville Chase as well. So I am a bit disappointed in that. The vote's been done in the past, so we'll move on. But ultimately, I'm just not comfortable with the words Roseville and Gordon Bowling Club sites here. That's why I cannot support this version of the motion. I do acknowledge and I stress the importance that something gets voted in tonight. I don't know what that something is, but yeah, it will be very awkward if the majority of us do not support this and then nothing else has been proposed. We need to come up with that alternative motion to move as an amendment or foreshadow this motion with it. Something needs to be done, otherwise we're in a very awkward position and we can't even call an EGM, because by the time we call it, it'll be next month already. So that's all I've got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Nye. I will ask a hypothetical question. If we retained the Gordon Bowling Club site, to redevelop it into some form of open space, do we have the funds to do that at all, or would that be entirely unfunded? Director Watson?
Through you, Mr Mayor, that's a matter we would have considered in our report back to Council in July. At this point, without having seen that draft report, I would have to say largely unfunded. But if I have to amend my answer in a couple of weeks, it would only be too substantially unfunded.
Thank you, Director Watson. So even if we do retain the site and wish to convert it to open space, we would need to find a way to convert it, i.e. take out a loan or sell some assets. So we're sort of almost back to square one. Is there a third alternative? Yes, increase rates, take out a levy. Somebody's got to pay for it. Councillor Ward, you wish to speak in regards to this motion or a question?
Well, thank you, Mr Mayor. We've all had a long night. I've just been looking back at our GB and GB 23. That under item E, number 2, it states from the council to borrow 22 million in 2022-23 on an interest-only basis to fund the Marion Street Theatre project so that construction may proceed without delay. The loan repayments will be met from the general revenue until other property assets are sold to repay the loan in 2024-25. Can we not do that? It's on page 4 of the late agenda.
Director Marshall?
Thank you, Mr Mayor. It's entirely up to Council to do that. If Council adopted the staff recommendations, that is what would happen.
Councillor Smith?
Mr Mayor, through you to Director Marshall, if this council decided to make the council broke, could we do that?
Director Marshall?
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you.
Mr Mayor,
Councillor
through
Ward.
you to Director Marshall, if that was the case, why would the staff put that in this report to us?
Director Marshall?
Mr Mayor, while it would be a serious amount if this was to proceed and then asset sales did not eventuate, it would not be enough to make the council broke as such. Council could find a way to fund it, even if it had to cut expenditure for a few years. It could apply for a special rates variation. It could reprioritise other services. So the balancing that you must do is this the absolute most important, well, of a very high priority for you, such that at this point in time you're willing to borrow the money, and one way or another you will have to pay it back. In the absence of asset sales, you'll have to reprioritise other things, reduce services, reduce expenditure on other infrastructure, put up the rates, put up fees and charges, or sell assets. So.
Thank you, Director Marshall. But I think we've already established that our focus has been on trying to sell various assets. And it is also quite evident that we would do that, and it's just a matter of time, and it may not all happen within a short period of time, but certainly would happen. Wouldn't that be a confidence level for us then?
Director Marshall, that's a confidence level. I think that's possibly up to the individual councillors to decide what their level of confidence is. If you wish to add to that?
I agree, Mr Mayor.
I will speak to the motion. It certainly is, it's a tough ask. You know, it is a leap of faith to spend $22 million. Is it a prudent thing to spend $22 million and hope that we can get the asset sales? I would say not. We've seen a number of assets over many years not come to fruition. With this motion that Councillor Smith has put forward, they are both substantial assets. They're not the nickel and dime ones. They're not just $1 million here, a couple of $1 million there. They are substantial assets. Even if we look at other locations which have substantial value, we are at almost ground zero with some of those. So it won't be a quick repayment of the loan. It will be years down the track that we will have to finance that interest-only period. It may well be 3, 5 years or plus. And what quantum of that $20 million, who knows? It might be a small amount, it might be a large amount. Councillors, I think it's really up to you to decide whether you wish to proceed with the Marion Street Theatre with a more certain funding arrangement under Councillor Smith's, or not. Now, there is no other second option on the table at the moment. If we do not approve the budget tonight, you've heard the ramifications. We don't have a budget for next year. So, councillors, if there are no further debate and no further questions from Councillor Nye that I can see at this point in time. Councillor Smith, would you like to sum up? Unless, Councillor Wood, you had a quick question before I...
Well, Mr Mayor, it's clear that we're not happy with that motion. Am I able to put another motion, an amendment to that motion?
You certainly can put an amendment.
My amendment would be to go back to the staff recommendation.
So we have an amendment that we have put forward, which is the staff recommendation. Is there a seconder for that? Seconded, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Ward, do you wish to speak to your amendment?
Well, I think it speaks for itself. Mr. Mayor, there was another issue here about the iPart that I wanted to include in it as well. I'm just having a look at that. I'll just leave it as it for the moment.
Yeah,
Thanks,
that it's
Mr.
already
Mayor.
been incorporated, which is new Part B. As seconder for that, Councillor Taylor, do you wish to speak at this point in time or reserve your right?
I feel that if we didn't have a budget, that would be quite horrifying. And I also feel that it would be horrifying to lose Gordon Bowling Greens. So I feel like the best option at this stage is to go with the recommendations of the staff and Barbara Ward's and Councillor Ward's amendment. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Smith? Wish to? Not at the moment. Councillor Lennon?
So I'd like to support Councillor Ward's amendment. This takes us back to where we've been. This reflects all the resolutions of Council in recent years. It allows everything to proceed. It allows staff to continue working and for us to fund the coming year. It allows us to consider the Gordon Bowling Club site on its merits when the time comes. It allows us to consider the tender, loan and all other arrangements associated with the Main Street Theatre when the time comes. It is not preempting further council decisions. It is not actually limiting further council decisions. The other amendments, Councillor Smith's, actually fetters this council in its future exercise of its powers in considering the Gordon Bowling Club site. So I support this as being consistent with the past. Thank you.
Councillor Taylor, your light is on. Do you have a question? I'll just ask a question once again. If we leave it as status quo, Director Watson, can you go out to tender and can we take out a loan without it coming back to council as it stands?
Through you, Mr. Mayor, that is my understanding, yes.
And it doesn't have... Your position is that it is irrelevant for your tasks whether we have a funding stream to repay the loan or not. You will do what you need to do regardless of whether council has no position on how to repay the loan.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, the budget is based around a loan and it assumes asset sales. And there are no milestones which I have to meet. So the next time council would see the Marion Street Theatre would be to accept a tender.
I hope that clarifies things for you, councillors, that the next time we will see the Marion Street Theatre is to accept a tender, which you may or may not have sufficient funds to repay the loan. I'll leave it at that. Councillor Nye, you have a question? You wish to speak?
I wish to speak against this motion and I'll this amendment
this
and I'll
amendment.
make it brief.
Yep.
What this delivery program and operational plan implies is that we will take out a loan and we will pay it off at some point in time in the future with asset sales. But it also implies that we will also pay off asset sales longer term with we will use asset sales to pay off $44 million of infrastructure backlog and Section 711 contributions gap. I personally don't have the confidence that we can quite pay off all of that at this point in time. And as the Mayor said, everyone's got their own point of view of whether they're confident or not. But personally, while I am supportive of building the Marion Street Theatre, I'm just not confident at this point in time that the right decision with rising interest rates is to take on the loan right now, knowing everything else that needs to also be paid off to ensure that we are a stable council meeting our obligations to the people. So that is why I would be voting against this particular amendment. Thank you.
Councillor Nye, that was fairly short for you, so you sure you don't want to take up a little bit more time of your 5 minutes? That's a rhetorical question, it's okay. It is late. You still have your hand up unless you wish to... There we go. Councillor Lennon.
In response to Councillor Nye, can I just confirm with Director Watson that at some point in time, as you said, we will receive, ideally, a proposal from staff?
Through you, Mr Mayor, the answer to that question is no, because tonight's budget, by way of this amendment, authorises the taking out of that loan.
But that loan depends upon the construction contract, which depends upon the tender. So it depends upon terms of contract that we don't yet have.
Director?
Through you, Mr Mayor, my answer doesn't change, but if you did not approve a tender, you would not take out the loan, but the taking out of the loan does not come back to council specifically, no. You are authorising tonight the taking out of a loan to pay for that project. If you did not like the tenders that were on the table, or the tenders were far in excess of your budget expectation, you would not take out the loan. But tonight's budget, this amendment authorises the taking out of the loan. So council will not be asked again to authorise the taking out of that loan. But you would not take it out if you did not appoint a contractor.
Well, that's right. I mean, there would be no loan if there's no contractor.
Correct, but council does not need to specifically reconsider the taking out of that loan. It would simply not accept a tender, and in which case there would be no loan.
Well, that's right. So in effect,
yes,
there's a further condition. That's right. Thank you.
Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Just on Councillor Nye's remarks, if we do take out the loan now, when do we start to pay the interest rates on it? Is that immediate? Or Councillor Watson? Director Marshall?
Manager Finance.
The budget, through you, Mr Mayor, the budget assumes for next financial year 7 months of interest. So I would imagine sometime in November, that's what we've allowed in the budget for next financial year.
Any further questions or debate from any councillors? Therefore, Councillor Ward.
Mr Mayor, just for my understanding, I'm sorry about this.
That's okay.
So just going on what Director Watson just indicated, if we approve this is pretty much saying go get the loan, do what you need to do. Yeah? So should we, this staff recommendation should not have been that, because effectively you're asking us to do this. Should we be saying that the tender would come here first and then we think about the loan? I mean, it seems to be a bit of a chicken and egg here. We're going for the loan, but we haven't done the tender, but we really can't do the tender because we haven't got the loan. So I'm a little bit confused.
Director Watson.
Through you, Mr Mayor. We never call for tenders without money. Full stop, end of story. I don't go to tender and then ask you to give me the money to pay for the tender.
Yep.
I've got to go to tender with $22 million or whatever it is in the bank. So yeah, it is a bit chicken and egg, but the chicken comes first.
I hope that clarifies the... Any further questions? I might foreshadow... Okay, I will foreshadow a motion. I'll foreshadow a motion. Anyway, so we're now dealing with the amendment which was moved as the officer's recommendation, as printed. All those in favour? Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Lennon. Those against? Councillors Kay, Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Pettit. Councillor Nye, thank you for pointing to the screen. That amendment is lost. We now go back to the original motion, which was put forward by Councillor Smith. Is there any further discussion, debate, questions on that? If there are none.
Just a quick question. Did you foreshadow something? And do you want to say what that foreshadow is?
No, I don't need to at this point in time.
Okay.
That's okay.
Okay, sure. Let's go with that. Otherwise, I'm happy to foreshadow something as well. But okay, let's just go with what we have.
Councillor Taylor, you have a question in regards to the motion?
I don't know, maybe what I'm suggesting is a foreshadowing as well. Can we remove Gordon Bowling Club from this amendment?
That's an amendment to
okay,
this.
so then I'd like to make an amendment and remove the Gordon Bowling Club.
We have already done and dealt with that and voted on it. Councillors, no further questions. I will put the motion as on the screen. Councillor Smith, would you like to sum up?
I would, thank you.
Oh, okay. You've got a second wind. Thank you. You were looking a little bit tired there.
I must say, I am.
It's okay.
Look, this evening, this in a way was difficult, but it wasn't difficult to put up when I looked at the reality and the practicalism of it. I've just got to reiterate at the point that there is no extortion in this at all. What I've actually put forward is something that's very fiscally responsible for something that I'm very aware that this council would like to move on, but they need some confidence in moving forward. It's financially prudent to tie in the Gordon Bowling Club into this to give some certainty to the to Marion Street Theatre in moving forward. As we've learnt here tonight, it's been earmarked for a very long time. It's gone through a very long process to get where it is now. And to be quite honest, I feel as though I'm standing up here speaking like a Gordon Ward councillor, because I really truly believe that this will be both Gordon Ward and Roseville Council Ward will both be rewarded greatly for having this thing financed with some assets where there's some certainty that we can move forward with. So for those reasons, I would ask the councillors here this evening to support this. It's been going on for a long time, and I think that this will be a great asset for the community and demonstrating that this council is taking the financial situation seriously, and that we're putting things in place before we do it. So I seek your support. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Smith. All those in favour? Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Pettit. Those against? Councillors Kay, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Nye. It is lost. I did foreshadow a motion. Councillors, I'll let you read that and digest it, because we need to have a budget going forward. All right? It's pretty much as simple as that. Without this foreshadowed motion, we would be in limbo. And as Councillor Nye mentioned, it would be too short a time frame to have an ECM, Extraordinary Meeting of Council, by the 30th of June, because you've got to give 3 days' notice. So, Council, fairly straightforward. You're getting another report. Very, very simple, very straightforward. So we're not necessarily doing the construction tender or the establishment of the loan until we receive a further report back to Council. All right? This means we get the budget through. So I seek a seconder for that. Thank you, Councillor Smith. Yes, we will have to be back here to debate things as far as what we do with the Marion Street Theatre funding. However, it looks pretty straightforward that we have to be further discussions, but we need the budget done, so I don't think I need to say any more. Anybody wishes to speak against it or for it? There being none, I will put that motion.
Can I foreshadow another motion in case this one fails?
You can foreshadow one, that's all you need to do.
Okay, and do I need to say what that foreshadow is now?
No, you do not.
I suspect.
Nope.
I don't. Okay,
Not
cool,
at all.
thanks.
Okay, so I will put the motion as per the screen. All those in favour? You get no budget. That is Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Smith, Councillor Pettit. That motion... he doesn't put it up on the screen. Doesn't have to. What you're voting on is what's on the screen. He doesn't have to.
I can if you want me to.
You can move an amendment, Sam. Councillor Nye.
I'd rather it be a okay, do you want me to move an amendment? Let's just do the amendment. Okay. The amendment is the staff recommendation, points A, B, and C. However, points A, B, and C become points B, C, and D. And we have a new point A, which says, I'll just wait for points B, C, and D. And deletion of that indented bit about construction tender, delete all that. The new point A says that the delivery program 2022 to 2026 be amended to show capital works for the Marion Street Theatre to commence in year 2025 without a loan. Yeah, that's it. So that's A, B, C, and D. I'd like to make that an amendment now, and I'm seeking. Wait, what happened to the other point B? There's a point missing. Listen, it looks something like that. But that deleted. Yeah, so A, B, C, and D. I'm wondering if there's a seconder to this amendment.
Is there a seconder for that amendment? There being no seconder for that.
Okay, that's fine.
Timing is too long a timing, Sam. Sorry, Councillor Nye.
So that amendment does not proceed to debate. Therefore, we go back to my latest motion as per the screen. Do you have a question in regards to that, or you wish to speak to?
To speak to your foreshadowed emotion there, Mr.
Yes.
Mayor. Is there any indication of how long we might have to wait for this report? It's been discussed feverishly for a long time that we could be confident that our contributions plan will be amended, that the sale of Roseville Bowling Club will proceed, as will Babbage, and then that's enough for us to go ahead with the construction tender and associated establishment of the loan. Is that correct? Well, I suppose that comes back to the confidence levels of the councillors again.
Director Watson, this is probably going to be a little bit of a challenge, as this was just thrown on to you fairly quickly without much prep work, so I'll let you cogitate on that one.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, without having given this a lot of thought, Councillor Taylor, I would not report back prior to the tender documentation being ready. So what the report contains depends on how many other things have occurred to that point. Now, the contributions plan, I would have to separately report that so you would be aware of its progress. Asset sales may, and there's still the tender, the design for tender is at 95%, but there is work involved in actually putting together a tender package. Now, there would be several months' work in putting together a tender package and getting the nod from the corner. I wouldn't think you would get a report any earlier than November.
I was going to say gut feeling would be fairly close to the tender time.
Yeah.
And so even if this does go ahead, this foreshadowed motion, we still could have this process all finalised this year.
Through you, Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
you may lose some time just because of the need for a report back. But if you don't lose a month or so, you've lost the whole project. So I would have thought losing a month or so
Is probably
is probably a reasonable compromise.
Yes.
Okay,
So no, you may not get a tender out this year. You don't drop a tender on the market just before they're about to take a Christmas, January break. You're either get it well out in advance so they've finished by Christmas time and you assess over Christmas, but you don't drop it out on the 19th of December when they're about to shut up, put down tools till end of January.
Sorry, just to clarify, that was if the original budget had passed and we didn't have any of these motions, we'd agreed on the suggestions of the staff. That's what would have happened. We would be assessing over the Christmas break.
Theoretically, I mean, I've still got to get a tender package, but we're talking somewhere in the order of 2 months delay, thereabouts, depending on the report backs to council and timings and lead times.
So this, I suppose, best case scenario will mean a 2-month delay.
Thereabouts. It might be a little bit more because if you don't get out to tender before Christmas, you don't go out to tender until second week of February. But either way, you are you're still awarding a tender this financial year. So the manager of finance alluded to 7 months worth of interest being paid. You'd be down to 2 or 3.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Taylor. Councillor Nye.
Thank you. I'd like to speak briefly against this motion. To me, I totally understand what the Mayor is seeking to achieve here, and I would have liked to say that I support it. However, through the wording here, to me it just means that instead of accepting a loan now, we're going to talk about a loan in a few months' time. And personally, I don't think circumstances will change around the asset sale pipeline to materially change the circumstances of whether we do the loan now or do the loan in a few months' time. It just makes no difference. The councillors will still likely have a position on whether or not to sell certain assets, and I just personally won't be comfortable with paying off a loan whether we talk about it now or in the future. I'd also like to foreshadow this motion with one that you may have seen already, just in case this foreshadowed motion fails, was I don't want us to exit without an adopted delivery program and operational plan tonight. Thanks.
Councillor Lennon.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm inclined to support this amendment, actually. I feel that staff would be coming back to council with tender documents anyway. I thought we wouldn't be proceeding to tender without council approval in the future. We said that earlier.
Director?
Mr. Mayor, point of clarification. This amendment would effectively see me coming back to council prior to tender. Ordinarily, you would only see it after tender. So you'll see it twice. Before we go to tender, in which case you authorise the loan, and then you would accept a tender afterwards. So you'll see it twice rather than once.
We might enjoy the visibility. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Lennon. Councillor Ward.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just trying to understand, and you've answered a part of it now, is so if we go ahead with this, basically we're saying we're approving the budget, okay, and that we are going to still talk about Marion Street Theatre, and we're going to come back here again to go to tender, but also talk about finances again. Is that my clear understanding of what this foreshadowed motion is? I'm a little bit confused about this.
Director Marshall.
Thanks, Mr. Mayor. So yes, you're adopting the budget, and the budget includes the capital expenditure for the project and the loan funding for the project, but it includes a gateway that we can't proceed until we report back to you. So the people concerned about taking out the loan have another opportunity. So we can't proceed until we report back. So you've got an extra gateway to ease your concerns, to get the budget adopted.
Okay, terrific. So can we add in it about, I mean, I don't know what the report will say that's going to come back to the council. Is that going to then talk about we are divesting X number of assets, that it's going to, I mean, I'm just not sure what this report is going to be.
I think that's going to be a little bit hard for Director Watson to formulate a report on the fly, but having seen his reports in the past, they're very detailed, so you get all the information you need. So I have full confidence that you'll get what you need from that report.
I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, it's just that we are trying very hard to try and come to a situation where we can build Marion Street Theatre and get on with it, but we also want to make sure we are confident and there are safeguards in place for everyone.
No, much appreciated. There's no yellow hand. Good. Okay, councillors, you have the motion up on the screen. All those in favour? That is Councillor Wheatley, Councillor Taylor, Councillor Ward, Councillor Smith, Councillor Lennon, Councillor Pettit. Those against? Councillors Kay, Councillors Nye. That is carried. We've dealt with all the GBs, the NMs, the C1s. Business without notice subject to clause 9.3 of the Code of Meeting Practice. Questions with notice, there is one in the Greens, which was again from Councillor Spencer. Inspections, setting of time and dates, there's no inspections. Councillors, we do have a rescission motion in regards to GB3, so nothing will happen with GB3 for the time being until that gets dealt with it again next month. All right, so we get to enjoy that one more time. So, So therefore, with the rescission motion being lodged during the meeting, no action will be taken on that particular item. All right? So we've appointed nobody, done nothing. Okay? All right, I declare the meeting closed at 11:17. Thank you for your indulgence. I heard corner. You said it a couple of times. Corner.